Hello everyone, welcome back to another Pokemon trading card game Pocket live stream. I'm excited to be testing out the newly released Lapras EX. As we are filtering in, I have a I have a take on it that I think is pretty unique, and maybe I tweak it just a touch, but I don't know if it's ever going to be super viable against any kind of Pikachu deck, but I think that's going to be any water deck in general. And so we have to go off of like all of the other matchups, and I think this one does a decent job there. And so as everyone is filtering in, hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day so far. But we'll let people filter in, and then we'll jump into a little bit of gameplay and see if we can get some good games going. I played a handful with this deck whenever the idea kind of popped into my mind, and it does decently if you can get it set up, similar to any other like big setup build. And then on the YouTube side, hey TLSG, love your Snap content and looking forward to see what you've cooked up. Welcome in, Michael Jones. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm so glad you could jump in and join us. Lapras EX, I'm not sure if it ever holds up to like the Articuno, the Starmie EX decks, because those pump out a lot of damage. Those are much more aggressive. This one is looking to do much more sustain. And so let's check out our Wonder Picks, see if we have anything worthwhile in the Wonder Picks. We have the Meowth event, but I think I've gotten all the rewards from the event so far. All right, so we have just a handful of cards that we're missing at this point. I think any of the ones that we're missing, we pull for. Moltres EX is actually one that I've been looking for some time. So let's see if we'll recover for it. Let's see if we can pull it. No such luck. It's been a while since I've gotten lucky with one of my Wonder Picks, unfortunately. The last several I've missed. Moltres EX would have been a nice add. Scotta, you said, why is every live? What? Welcome in, Scotta. Hopefully you're having a great one. But I'm not sure I understand your question. Were you able to hit infinite? Full art, Nidoqueen. Missing any of these? We are missing Executor EX, so we might as well go ahead and try to pull for that one as well. Everyone was going live that I'm following all at once. Oh, nice. No such luck on the second slot again. And I always pick the second slot just so that I can take out like the stress of picking the wrong one. But it hasn't been paying off for me lately. But I'm afraid that as soon as I switch, will be the time it would have hit. Oh, I guess that was a new card too. Nice. Got 2 new cards in that one. I would have rathered the EX card, but that's one of the like 15 that we were missing. So it's nice to be able to pull those where we can. See if there's any other. The Rapidash. All of those. Yeah. All right. And so the ads are going to run real fast before we jump into any gameplay and as people are filtering in. And then as soon as the minute and a half is over, we'll jump into some gameplay. So we'll be right back, you guys. Don't go anywhere. Well, Scotta, you may be in Adland. Otherwise, I was going to ask you if you changed up your Scar deck much from what you've been using. I guess I'll ask you whenever you guys get back. And then unemployed Swiggy, yeah. I'll show it here in just a second. Once you get back from Adland. Welcome in, Schwaks. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Glad you could join us. We're just getting ramped up and started. Schwaks, have you been playing Pokemon trading card game Pocket? Where you just still pop in the streams and enjoy it? And then you have? Are you enjoying it? And then Ong, we will see you. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay, are we back from ads? Unemployed Swiggy. So this is the Lickitung deck that I've been using. This one I didn't create it. A user that has been in my Discord for Snap for a very long time, from like the early beta of that game, and has stuck around as a mod in the channel, a mod in the Discord as well. His name is Pilk. He came up with this crazy deck idea, and it's pretty much all reliant on coin flips. And so we have the Drowsy Hypno, we have the Krabby Kingler action, and then the Lickitung with a couple of Pokeballs, 1 potion, a couple of Misties, Professor's Research, Sabrina. And Scotta, you said, wait, I haven't been timed out yet. Well, Scotta, we'll see you as soon as you get back. Here in just a minute. But as far as the deck that we're going to be running today, we have a Butterfree-Lapras deck. I love collecting cards, but I've never been a Pokemon player, so I don't know what I'm doing. I think with this one, since it's really only like 4 or so Pokemon that you're adding into a deck, typically, it's a lot easier to build out your decks. And so like pick 1 or 2 good, like kind of synergistic cards, and then the others are typically like support or trainers. So the deck that we're running today is we're running a Butterfree-Lapras EX. And so we don't have any grass energy to make sure that we can always ramp up the Lapras. But the main idea is that Caterpie's early attack is a 1 energy find a friend. It's going to pull out our evolution line for the Butterfree. If we can get both Butterfrees online with a Lapras EX, we have 3 potions that are being sent onto Lapras every single turn, which is crazy amounts of sustain if you can get ramped up and going in time. For the rest of the deck, we have a couple of potions, a couple of X speeds, Pokeballs, Professor's Research, Misty, and Sabrina. You could probably take out like 1 X speed in favor of either a Fossil to deal with Sabrina plays. You could probably take 1 out in favor of like a Giovanni. But as is, I think this is our starting spot for it. So we're gonna go ahead and jump in to a couple of games. I tested it out a handful of times, but I think you have 2 event Lapras. So I pulled, it was probably about 20 packs, and I just got my second one this morning. And then on the YouTube side, you said, I know the Scar deck is stronger, but I've been using a Shuri Infinite deck this season, climbed 10 ranks in 20 games. Nice, Michael. And then Tannis, are you a Pokemon aficionado, or have you not really, There's much time on the game? I haven't had much time. So I've played Pocket a decent amount, and I've played pretty much all of the Pokemon IP stuff like over the years. but I don't know that I'd say aficionado. All right, let's go ahead and start out with our Lapras EX here. Sometimes it's a little bit better for us to start out with, whoa. That's one way to win a game. Lapras OP. Confirmed. 100% win rate. We didn't even have to do anything. We just played it down. They saw the overpoweredness of it, and they bowed out. All right, let's try that again. This time we are going second, which is definitely favorable. We have 2 Caterpies. We have Pokeball, so we have the guaranteed pull of Lapras, and we have the Find a Friend. So we're going to be able to start pulling out those additional evolution resources here. And since we go second, we can survive at least 1 turn against the Mankey. Yeah. But then he's slapping 100 damage every turn after that, if he has the Primeape evolution. Lapras already outperforming Frigga. Yeah, Frigga is a tough one to crack. I think there will be a couple of decks where she's good, but she definitely doesn't feel like easy to curve into. Okay, so we have the remaining 2 Pokemon. So we have the Lapras, both Laprases that we're pulling out here. And the beauty here is that we only need to spend 1 turn on an energy onto the Caterpie. So we're going to start thinning our deck, giving us a better chance to pull into those better cards. And then we're going to start ramping up our Lapras. Metapod, perfect. I was going to say Metapod would be better than pulling into the Butterfree here. So if they have the Primeape evolution line, it's a little bit scary. We can probably burn a Sabrina to make the Mankey go to the back line. We don't have a potion. Goes up to 80. We get 30 more, so we go up to 50. We could survive a Machop attack. Unless they have an X speed. If they have an X speed, we'd be kind of in trouble. I think we're going to risk it. And then Ishtaruku, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Let's go ahead and throw the Sabrina. Make them retreat out their Mankey. If they don't have an X speed, they would have to use an energy. Actually, no, because Machop has a 2 retreat cost. So even X speed won't be able to do it for him. Let's go with the Lapras. We're going to start ramping him up. As soon as we evolve the Metapod into Butterfree, our retreat cost goes back down to 1. They're through a lot. They're through a lot of their deck. That's the second Professor's Research. My goodness. So big Machoke. We have to look out for Machamp as well. They have some really big heavy hitters here. All right, let's go Professor's Research. Maybe we get a Misty. We can start attacking with Lapras this turn. Nope, not quite. All right, let's do the second Metapod. We only have 1 more Butterfree. And then Jeff Nero Hardy, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I guess we don't need to waste the X speed yet. Go ahead and put Lapras EX out. And then Cornflake, welcome in. We are playing some Pokemon trading card game Pocket. I've played it a couple of times over the last few days, and I'm really starting to enjoy it as, you know, like some of the events are rolling out and things like that. I've started enjoying it more and more. Do they have the Machamp evolution? If not, oh, they can retreat the Machoke, the Primate, and so that only hits for 100. We have 20, 40, 60 heal. That burnt me out, so I'm liking the change of scenery with Pocket. Me too. And then Wheaton Law, welcome in. I wonder if they'll ever add a mode in with more stakes or visibility rank. Yeah. So there has been some data mines. Ooh, we got hit with a Sabrina, which is unfortunate. They haven't used Giovanni, have they? Because if so, Butterfree survives 1 attack here. Then we start healing ourselves. We have the X speed to pull it back out as well. Whew. Hide attack. Double potion, nice. Not that we need it here. Let's go with the X speed. We're gonna take out the Butterfree, throw in Lapras. I'm gonna go ahead and use the heal here, but I don't think we waste a potion because we can control whether Butterfree gets sent back in or not. I would like to get the second one to get the full ramp going, but until then, I think we're okay. Let's slap him with a Bubble Drain. Yeah, but there are some leaks of ranked mode coming out. It's just we wouldn't know like a timeline or like where that's at in the testing process. Cook is really nice. If you can get it on board, you can stall out so many games with this deck. You have essentially 3 potions every turn with a little bit of burst of up to 5 if you really need it. Let's go start putting energy onto the Lapras. Go ahead and heal in the back line. And then I'm okay hurting their Primeape. It'll do 100 damage, but we have a massive heal burst coming down after. How many games did you have to play in promo mode? Probably I had to win in expert, I think around 20 to 25 times. I got the second Lapras this morning. Oh wait, they can't attack with it. Can we survive? Yeah, we can survive a 1 Mega Punch as long as we're full health. And even if it does get knocked out, we have the second Lapras over here that's ramped up and ready to go. We have our Butterfree just casually, slowly healing up as well. Yeah, in the expert, you're guaranteed a pack for every win. And the nice thing about the events in Pocket is that they don't take your energy or your stamina for losses. So even if you lose, it's no sweat. It only uses the stamina if you win. So we have the big Mega Punch coming in here. I don't think we can heal a nasty 120. But we do have the second Lapras, which is going to be more than enough. We have 20, 40, 60, 20, 40, 60, 80. Puts it to 100. We can almost out heal it, but not quite. We can also just do Sabrina to finish off the game. But like even if we didn't have the Sabrina, they don't have any prize tokens. We would still have the win afterwards. We do get the concede. This is one of those decks that if you can get it ramped up and online, it goes so crazy, so quick. We'll take it. It makes for far less frustration. Yeah. So like, I'm not a huge fan of like stamina in games in general, but to do it that way, that definitely feels like it's meant more so to keep people coming back and less so to make them have to like pay into it to get a refresh of stamina so that they can continue playing. It feels much more positive intent versus let's try and make as much as we possibly can. And so I was really impressed with the way that they set up the event. Because I would not have been surprised if it just used a stamina or an energy regardless. But the way that they did it, I thought was really nice. Pulled a physical rainbow Lapras the other week. Nice, refined. All right, so we start with our Lapras. I typically like to start with Caterpie if we have it, but okay. Just because of the expensive cost of retreating Lapras EX. Now, we have the Blaine deck, and we're going to be able to guarantee at least one Caterpie with our double Pokeball. And then we can just start focusing on ramping up the Lapras. And we'll evolve the Caterpie each turn from here on. So Metapod, very early on, we'll have the Butterfree up and online. He said far-fetched love leaks. Loves leaks. I think that's next level. Omblo. I missed it until now. And then Inglory said, what's the cook? The cook is a Butterfree Lapras deck, but I've removed any grass energy from the build. And so we're just playing water energy. We use the Caterpie because we can use the attack to draw cards out of our deck if we get Caterpie as our first line, which thins our deck, gives us a better chance to get Misty, Lapras, those sorts of cards. Let's go ahead and pass here. 50 packs and still no Lapras? Reggie, oh man, that is brutal. I got lucky and I have most, I think I have doubles of most of the cards after about 25. Ooh, 50 packs is rough though. So the big Rapidash coming in, hitting us for 70. The most that they can do here is 70. With 50, we can heal up to 70, but that's it. I think we can use 2 X speeds to get Lapras out for the one, and then we can start maybe buffing up or using energy on this other Lapras. It's not ideal. Does it work that way? Oh, thank goodness. You find this game has much competitive depth? The more I play it, the more I can see some potential for them to, as they release more cards, have better competitive depth. Right now, not as much, but I could see it getting to a spot or state where it can. All right, we just need to... I guess we could have maybe just kept attaching to this one and let this Lapras die. Yeah, it's still very new. Like, if we think about Marvel Snap, whenever it first came out, was relatively simple. Like, it was, on the last turn, who can position their Chavez better versus what we have now. And so I think, in the long term, we'll get it to a point where it's much more, like, competitively involved. Yeah, and we have some expansions that are coming pretty soon. I think December we have a mini set, and then next January we have another full set. And so it's going to expand quite a bit. And now that they know that there is some demand for competitive or like ranked gameplay or battles, I think we start seeing a lot more focus on that versus just like the collection aspect. I think we'll see a good balance between the two. I didn't know other packs had other cards besides Lapras. I got 2 packs from playing. Both were Lapras? No way. No, there's 5 total cards. And Lapras is a relatively tough one to pull. All right, let's go ahead and get Lapras online. And then we have our heal. And then we can get him almost to full health with a bubble drain here. Ooh, the ranked is leaked for January. Nice. That gives us a couple of months to kind of get geared up, get used to the game, get into an experiment with the mini set, and we'll be close to another full set whenever ranked would roll around. That's exciting. I'm looking forward to ranked. I didn't think that I would enjoy it as much as I have been, but the more that I play, the more that I've been enjoying it. No, they can knock us out, can't they? Okay, no, Sabrina, that's fine. If they had another Blaine, they could have knocked out our Lapras, with some surprising like burst reach. Do we let them burn a Caterpie here? Yeah, I'm gonna let them destroy our second Caterpie. I think that's okay. So interesting. They put in heat more, because whenever we heal with Lapras here, that's gonna put us outside of Blaine attack range. So I would have assumed they, I don't know, maybe just keep the Ninetales. We can also do Sabrina to force the Ninetales into a destruction, but I don't think we need to. Unless they just have like a, unless they just have a really surprising burst, which I don't see them being able to have. All right, with the second Sabrina, maybe we should have, but it's okay. Throw our first bubble drain. We'll knock out this one. They can't really do much more with Ninetales other than the additional 30 from Blaine. And so pushing it up to 120 max as their attack. And then we'll knock them out here. We finally see a Misty. It's been, what, 3 games? And we finally pulled a Misty. We'll take the win. Typing advantaged, but we'll take it nonetheless. What's your favorite card and deck so far? I really enjoy... Dragonite. I don't think it's the best card, but I do enjoy like the gameplay loop that Dragonite has, where like you stall, you build up into this really big attack that can just absolutely wipe out a board. I think it's pretty RNG heavy and it's pretty unreliable in most cases, but I like the idea of the card. The favorite deck, I've actually really enjoyed some of the off-meta stuff. So I actually just posted a video on the Pokemon YouTube channel, or my Pokemon YouTube channel, of the new Primeape, the new Mankey into Primeape. I think it does really good into like Pikachu and Electric decks, which are really, really strong right now. Being able to have like that Mankey online and then into a Primeape to one-hit KO a Pikachu can be so big. So I've been enjoying that one. I've also really enjoyed a budget Blaine deck, which I think is what we just faced, which this deck does really good into the Pikachu matchup, the Mewtwo matchup, anything but, of course, water. Otherwise, it has a lot of like really big, powerful plays that can give you avenues to win. Can we see the deck? Which deck? And then Marky Man said, just joined. Are you using just water energy? Or is there a line for Butterfree to enter the fight? So in this one, we're actually just using the water energy. I removed the grass. And so the main reason is Caterpie's attack is colorless. And so if we start Caterpie, we can pull the evolution line out of our deck. And that will thin our deck, give us a better chance for Misty, for Lapras, for those other ones. And so the Lapras deck, actually, I could build it out on Untapped and have a picture of it. And so real quick, we're gonna run to a minute and a half. I'll build out the deck and then I'll take a screenshot of it and I'll put it on the screen so that it's there for everyone. So we're gonna jump over to that and then we'll be right back, you guys. Okay. I'm gonna build it out real fast. We have Lapras, we have Sabrina. Caterpie, Butterfree. Double potion, double X speed, and you could take out one of the X speeds for either a like red card. You could take it out for fossil if you're running into a lot of like Sabrinas that are messing up your stage 2 line, or you could trade it in for like one Giovanni, but in Professor's Research. All right. And this turns out to be a super cheap deck as well, because you can get most of the cards through the event right now. Almost there, you guys. We will... here. Where could we put it that it would fit pretty well? We remove the chat. That down a touch. Still pretty small, but I don't know if that's really helpful or not. But it is there just in case it is. There we go. I prefer one Misty and a Geo. Misty loses me 50% of the time. Yeah, you could take out one Misty. You could take out one of the X speeds, because honestly, you probably only need one for either Fossil, Giovanni, or if you were really feeling inclined, you could do like a red card. You need 2 of each evolution. Caterpie tutors them away anyways, so it's not better without them. So I actually like potentially being able to get into 2 Butterfrees, and so then you have the chance to have 3 potions every single turn. All right. How's the life of full-time streamer going? Stressful. So the numbers on Snap have been kind of all over the place because we've had a couple more games launch, and so it's kind of stressful deciding where we need to focus our attention, but exciting at the same time. So let's go ahead and start with our Caterpie. Have you found much use for red card? No, other than using it on like turn 2, I haven't found a whole lot of use for it. Oof. We need an X speed to get Caterpie out of there. We need an X speed right here. Beautiful. Whew. And then we have Misty to potentially ramp up the Lapras next turn. Oh, I got dicey really fast. Okay, let's put you back on the back line for safety. We do have the Metapod. We just need to get lucky with a Butterfree pull. 3 heads with Misty, I'm calling it. 3 heads with Misty into a retreat is all we need. Okay, so no Misty. Rude red card. We do get 2 Metapods. So a Butterfree pull. Fortunate. Let's go ahead and evolve the Caterpie. He said, never mind. What could have been? We almost had it. So the red card can have some value, but it's really hard to gauge when it's actually going to add value and when it's not. Are they going to throw another basic down and retreat out the Charmander? Maybe like a Moltres? Yep, the Moltres. So then they can do the Flame Dance with it. Really like red card against decks with 2 stage mons. Yeah. We need them to get unlucky with their flips. That's not unlucky. That is a fully ramped up, ready to go Charizard once they evolve it. And we're gonna have to just slowly play Lapras into it. I think we're actually at a loss here. I think that red card hurt us enough that I don't think we're gonna be able to. He took the luck we needed. Yeah, he definitely did. We could get lucky with maybe like pulling another Lapras, but it's questionable. Into the Sabrina, and so we are gonna lose our Metapod. Actually, we don't lose our Metapod. Second red card, okay. Butterfree? 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 No Butterfree. A lot of energy onto Charmander. At least you got the beautiful ladies in hand. We do. I'm gonna... No, that was probably a waste, but... Fine. I got a Lapras EX in my second promo. That's huge. Quixotic. It took me about 15 to find my first one and another 10 to find my second. Do we know if the devs confirmed they'll be adjusting cards? I haven't heard anything about them adjusting cards, but they are releasing more cards into the sets, which I think could very likely be like balancing measures. So like Pikachu, the Pikachu deck was like really dominant. We had Mankey come out, which is a good typing advantage against it, to kind of help give like those ebbs and flows against all of the decks. That first red card was so detrimental. As long as they have a Charizard, then we're out of luck. Yeah. And then them getting that second Charmander down really hurts as well. It says in the game that they may change card details. Yeah, I know that they can, but I don't know how often they will. I think it depends on how much they like devote resources towards like a battle mode. Ooh, so Moltres. So maybe that means no Charizard, hopefully. That'll be game. The red card hurt us so much off that jump, and we weren't able to like really ramp up our stuff from that point. I'm gonna guess they won't change half as much as snap cards change. Very true. I doubt it changes anywhere near that much. But historically, Pokemon doesn't do a lot of like changes or balances or anything like that. So we'll see. I mean, since this is more of a digital format, maybe it does. Mankey is cracked into Pikachu EX. Yeah. I wonder what they'll do about the Mewtwo Gardevoir. So if you have like a tempo deck, I haven't had as much issue against like the Mewtwo stuff. It's just whenever you don't have... We're going first. 3-head Misty, and we win the game. Either that or we play it safe and we play out like a Caterpie. We draw our friends out of it. But I'm going to try and get greedy here. You're still owed that 3-head Misty? Very true. Turn 1, smacking 80s would be beautiful. Okay. Huge? Ah, close. Very, very close. I thought we were going to hit it. But we can start attacking as early as turn 3 with that big 80. Almost certainly good enough. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to take them a while to ramp up Mewtwo. And by that point, we're going to be healing off the Lapras attack, pumping out a decent amount of damage as well. So second Mewtwo coming down. Mewtwo was like that early or easy to build deck that was very, very strong. But I feel like it forced the other decks that we build to set that as like the litmus at the top. And there are definitely ways to deal with it pretty well nowadays. Go Professor's Research, see what we pull. Metapod would be great. Oh, that's fine. So they could potentially have Potion. Potion would put them out of our 1 attack range. And then Hurricane, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. They do have Potion, so it's out of the 1-hit KO range anyways. Wow. Double Potion. I guess just in case we had Giovanni. We talk about weeks back like it's years. Very fair. That's very fair. It's only been a couple of weeks that the game has been like even playable. Oh, what are we doing? Why did we add onto the Lapras? I guess maybe in case we need to retreat it at some point. Oh, well. All right, let's hit him with a Bubble Drain. We'll heal a bit. And then we have a potion if we need to heal just a little bit more at any point. And then Kyle, on the YouTube side, you said, open a full art Giovanni in my free hourglass from the Lapras event. Nice, Kyle. I don't think I have a full art Giovanni yet. I think it's just Blaine and Sabrina at this point. Ooh, the Sabrina to force us into something else. Okay. Metapod can survive one of their attacks. We have an X speed, so we can retreat it out. And then Shiflo RS, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Glad you could join us. All right, let's go second Lapras. Actually, we could do double X speed, couldn't we? I think we're just going to do one of them. We'll save the other one. Lapras back into the action. We knock out their first Mewtwo. They're having difficulty finding their Ralts or Gardevoir line, I imagine. How's the deck doing? It's doing surprisingly well. We haven't faced any electric decks. It looks bad on it looks bad on paper. Yeah, I know. But it's been doing pretty good. I think the only one we actually lost one to a fire deck. They hit us with a nasty red card that just took us out. Otherwise, we've been winning each of the matches. We haven't win against any kind of electric or Pikachu. I think that's the one that is almost going to be unwinnable. But otherwise, I think the deck has some decent merit. Start ramping up this one. Could do a potion to bring it up to 100, but I don't think we need to. You said going mono blue on this still feels risky? How so? We have a lot of ways to make sure we draw into Lapras. And if we started with Caterpie instead of the Lapras, then we're going to be thinning our deck with those grass cards to give us a better chance of drawing into those resources. Oh, mono blue has no out for Pikachu? Yeah. Oh, wait. Sabrina won that last game. Or that last turn. And so I think in general, I don't think we're ever going to be able to hold our own against Pikachu decks with a water deck. And I think that's the same issue with like Starmie, unless you just get like a high roll. We do get to concede. We could have won last time, but we did mess up, not play the Sabrina, but turns out we didn't need it. We'll knock out the Mewtwo deck. And we'll jump into the next one. I've been running a tricolor. Help versus Pikachu. I'm worried about like especially 3 energy types. Have you ever had any issues? It feels like we'd be really reliant on like Misty to be able to get our Lapras up and running. As someone new to Pokemon, I wish the game talked more about deck theory, ratio between Pokemon versus items. I think with this one being like 20 card decks, most of the time, and I don't know that we've found like the perfect formula either, but most of the time you only have maybe 4 or 5 basic Pokemon, depending on what kind of like approach you're building. And then the rest is filled out with like your support cards. Just to give you better consistency on drawing like the cards that you actually need or want onto the board. You typically don't flood too many like basic Pokemon in your deck because you're guaranteed at least one every beginning draw. And so adding more just kind of muddies down your odds of getting a particular one out of that first draw. All right, let's start with our Lapras. We're going against the Mankey build, which can get ramped up pretty quickly here. And without us having a Misty or Caterpie, we have both Butterfrees, both Metapods, but we are missing the Caterpie, unfortunately. Weezing is great into Mewtwo, yeah. And Kabuto solo kills. Whoa, that red card. Okay. So they could have given us a Misty out of that. They didn't, but... You like Farfetch or Meowth better? Probably Farfetch'd. It has a better, like, pressure or ramp. My goodness. Bad draws all around. If they have the Primate evolution, we're probably toast. Is the Lapras EX the promo? Yeah, it's the promo card. All you have to do is fight in the solo battles, and you get a promo pack. You get a guaranteed one for each expert win that you get. And so then when you open them, you have a 1 out of 5 chance of pulling Lapras. And so I opened probably 20 to be able to get my second Lapras. So no Primate, good. We believe in the Misty flips here. We don't believe anymore. All we needed was 1. 1 was all that we needed there. Was a good red card? Yeah. Following up the professor's research on 2, red card is ran much less often right now. And so, yeah, it was a pretty solid one. I swear to God, the flips are not 50-50. Yeah, it feels like that first one is probably weighted more like 70-30. And then if you get the 1 down, typically you can get another. But that first one feels like it is the biggest like lift to overcome. Fortunately, they didn't get their Mankey evolution. So we did get a little bit of grace and wiggle room. So we were somehow able to keep Lapras alive, to keep him online. I've been running Zapdos EX. It's horrible. I mean, Zapdos EX I think is a fine card in general. You can do up to 200 damage, but you do have to get a little bit lucky with your RNG flips. We survived the Primate or the Mankey, and so now we're gonna be able to pretty much heal any damage that Mankey does every turn. So we should be fine. We do finally see Caterpie come in, so a couple turns from now we would have it ramped up and ready to go as well. The best that they can do with Cubone is a 1. I guess they could get Cubone EX down with the 2 energy attack, do up to 160. Actually, at 80, they only have to hit 1 heads. Ooh, it's not great. One heads and that Lapras is done. And the only, yeah, there it is. The only hope that we would have is putting out our other Lapras EX. Misty? Yeah. Yeah, if we get Misty, then we can potentially win. It's still a gamble, but we could potentially win. Potion is not going to do it. Maybe they'll get 2 tails. We'll see. It comes down to a coin flip here. No, it doesn't. Comes down to a Sabrina here. I guess if they hit 2 tails, we would still be in the money. Ah, never lucky. Double heads 2 times in a row was big. That's the power of Marowak EX. It seems like there's no resistance to damage types in this game. There's no resistance. There are weaknesses. And so the weakness, you get plus 20 damage onto whatever attack it is. But there's not any, like, resistances. I've gotten 0-4 with Zapdos 2 turns in a row. Oof. Tough one. Yeah, Gabe, that's true. It can retreat for 1. So no Caterpie to start, but we have the Metapod Butterfree. So if we're able to get a Pokeball or a Caterpie drawn, we're good. How's Lapras so far? Lapras is okay. I'm not fully convinced that it's better than like a Starmie or Articuno instead. Both of those are a bit more aggressive. But in general, it's like if you can get him up and going, he can survive pretty well. What a beautiful Moltres. Pokeball. Caterpie. Okay. So we are going to start ramping him up into the Butterfree. Now, a Sabrina becomes potentially problematic. But I think we'd be able to survive long enough to get him fully evolved. And then on the YouTube side, Chelsky said, hi, enjoying the content. Would you think a card like Pokemon Communication would be good? I'm actually not familiar with the Pokemon Communication card in like the regular trading card game. And so only 1 fire energy, which is great for us. Let's go Caterpie, go into a Metapod. Get Lapras online next turn, along with our double heal, so the Butterfree plus the Lapras attack. And the bad thing is we can't really destroy any of the Moltres in like one shot. And so before we do Sabrina, we would have to do 2 turns onto this Moltres. They do have the Sabrina. I'm going to put out our Metapod. Ooh, wait. Do they have X speed? Oh, okay. If they had X speed, they could have retreated out the Moltres into the Charmander. I think killed us that way. As long as they have an energy on him. There's our other Lapras. Let's go with the evolution. Go with Butterfree so that 1 X speed can allow us to retreat for free. Do we hit Moltres for weakness? Yeah. We're gonna hit Moltres. Because we have to knock out one of their Moltreses before a Sabrina, or else they're just gonna switch into the other Moltres. Moltres weak to Thunder. That is, yeah, I forgot all the legendary birds. Even Zapdos is weak to Thunder, which feels kind of wild. Charmeleon, very scary, because they can ramp it into a Charizard pretty quick. If they have a second potion, oh no. That's not looking good. Other than they only have 2 cards in hand, so it has to be like they're very reliant on drawing into that Charizard. So they can't out-heal this one anymore. The double potion was big. Having both of those in their hand, massive for them. But if they have Charizard, they can take out our Lapras this turn. Yeah. That brings him down to 3 energy. He needs 4 to do the big attack. I think we're out of luck here. We can send them out. If they do Charmander, we would probably opt to not destroy it. But I think this is the second game we've lost to the Moltres Charizard. I think it's our second, maybe third game lost. But 2 of them were to this deck. If they can get their Moltres and the rest online, and I think we ramp up slow enough that a lot of times we're not able to like knock out their Charmander before he gets evolved. Yeah, I think because it's like a slow setup deck, I think they have enough opportunity to get their Charmander evolved into Charizard, which is really, really tough for us. Misty coming in a touch too late. Yeah, so as soon as they retreat this one out, yeah, we'll give them this one. We're not going to draw that one out any longer. We do have a quick set of ads that are about to run, so we're going to let those run, and then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. And we may eventually pivot. We may eventually pivot off of the Butterfree line, especially if it struggles to 2 of the 3 big 3 decks. So one being Pikachu, the other one being Charizard. Those are 2 of the like very, very common decks out there. And so if we struggle to both of those, then it might just be that Lapras, maybe it's not the time to shine for Lapras. We could also build it where we're leaning more into like the Articuno / Lapras. Hot take, I don't really like the gold cards. I think the immersive ones are cooler, even though the gold is rare. You're talking about the crown? The crown rarity, yeah. I think the immersive ones do look cooler than the crown. But the crown ones are much more rare, so they're kind of enticing that way. So we get Caterpie. We do have a Metapod. I'm not going to burn Professor's Research just in case they have a red card. We got red carded the last like 2 games. And so I can give the tricolor one a chance here in a minute. But this being a Blastoise deck, I think we should probably be fine. Okay, so Sabrina or Misty for next turn, as long as we don't get hit with a red card. I'm going to use a potion so that we only have 4 in hand. It's less advantageous for them to try to do the red card. And then General Sergeant, good afternoon. Hope you and everyone else who legally can went out and made your voices heard. We did. Both me and my wife went and voted yesterday. And we're actually in a state that it largely doesn't matter which direction we vote for. Texas is very primarily a red state, so whether we are for or against red, it usually doesn't make a huge difference. But We did still go out, and we still voted. All right, let's try the Misty. If we get lucky with a double heads Misty, we could do 1 energy plus 1 X speed onto Metapod. Or a no heads Misty, that's fine. In that case, we wasted not being able to do the Sabrina to drive Wartortle off of the front line. Sabrina hard counters this deck. Yeah, you can take out one of the X speeds in this deck for a like fossil, so that you're less likely to get to have your like big card destroyed. Watch them get like 14 energy after we failed the last. 314, same thing. It was 160 damage. I'm in Illinois, our vote doesn't matter much as well in the other direction. Yeah. Yeah, it still feels good to be able to go out and vote. And who knows, one of these years, like it may be that it's close enough that it flips one of those predominantly like one direction states. That I vote every election, but never really feel good about it. I haven't felt like amazing for a candidate in in several years, but we still go out and vote and try to pick who we think is going to be best for the country. So electric deck, unless we hit like a good Misty, we'll be in trouble. We're just going to hope they don't have red cards, so we're going to pop Professor's Research here. Double Metapod. We're having a tough time these last couple of games of getting Butterfree up and like online quick enough before they set up their like one-hit KO cards. Oof. Some nice looking cards. And they hit us with a red card too? What are the chances? What are the chances that they had a full board of basics plus a red card? So we started out strong. I thought we cooked, but it may be that we're getting cooked instead. I've opened like 8 packs and still haven't got a Lapras. It took me about 15 for the first one, and then the second one I got in the following 10. So it took me a lot. My first like 4 packs were 3 Clefairies. Which definitely did not feel good. I don't see a way to win this one. I guess let's try the tricolor one. I just pulled my first Lapras, huge sideways. I got 4 Pikachus. Yeah, I got several Pikachus. So you said the Lapras? Weezing line. Wait, I may not have Kabutops, actually. I only have, like, one of them. Or none. I don't have Kabutops. Never mind, we're not gonna do the tricolor deck. Pulling from the Charizard pack? Does the game effectively replicate the real card game? So it's different. It's much more streamlined, Sergeant. So the real card game, it has a lot of similarities, but a lot of differences as well. So in the real card game, your energy is built into your deck, so it's part of your draw. Versus this one, you just get guaranteed an energy each turn. So the deck sizes in a real card game, I think they're 60, if I remember right. And the cards themselves are the ones here are toned down because it's meant for like snappier games versus the ones in the other one. You have, I believe, 6 total prizes. So like you win, you knock out one of the opponent's cards, you get a prize card instead of like just being like a token. But I believe there's 6 total. So the games there last quite a bit longer. No Kabutops, unfortunately. Big sad. The decks are also pretty big. Yeah. Yeah, I believe there's 60. I saw somebody that was running a... And I don't think it's going to be, like, amazing. It was a Dragonite Lapras EX build. I wasn't really sold on it, so I didn't play it initially, but... do red card, or I guess we're probably never going to do X speed. We're probably not going to be able to retreat any of whoever's out there. Throw one red card. Stop one space more. Have you tried the new Mankey? Yeah, I actually posted a video of the new Mankey on my YouTube channel. Some of the Pokemon YouTube channel. I posted it like super early this morning. But I did try out the new Mankey and I like it a lot. I think it does really well against a lot of the big decks we have out there. So it does well against the Pikachu deck. It does pretty well against Mewtwo. Decently against like the water stuff. So I enjoyed it quite a bit, but since I pulled the second Lapras, I was wanting to try and experiment with that one. And the Butterfree deck for the healing, if you can get it fully online, turns out that it works really, really well. But it falls to decks that are a little bit faster whenever you don't get like a good Misty flip. And then you said I actually love this deck build, but I still think Lapras just isn't good. Same HP as Articuno. Yeah, me too. I think Articuno is probably the better pick in almost every situation right now. Okay, we're going against the Mewtwo deck here, and we do have Misty, so sometimes water decks are just going to be able to go all in right off the bat. We'll see if we get lucky. We do have turn 2, so we only need 2 heads with Misty to be able to get like ramped up and rolling. I only have 1 of each Articuno. Yeah, me too. Stacy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I have been slapped with more red cards today than I know what to do with. We do get lucky and pull back into the Misty. Do we get lucky with 2 heads? Beautiful. And so that should be game. Let's go ahead and do a couple of Pokeballs. We get our Dratini, maybe the additional Lapras. Either way, it's going to thin our deck, give us a better chance to draw into those like Evo lines. Not that I think we're going to need it. We knock out the Ralts. We'll start attacking the Mewtwo EX, and we have the healing of Lapras going on. I think getting the Lucky Misty is kind of like any other water deck. When you get the Lucky Misty, you win. And then General Sergeant with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. And it's Happy Cappy. Love to see the Pokemon content. Or the Pocket content. I've been enjoying the deck or the game more and more. Like as we're getting additional events and things out of it, I found that I've really started spending a little bit more time playing this, and it's super low stress because right now there's not any kind of stakes on it or anything, and so it's very, very much a low stress game or environment, and we just got to get to experiment and enjoy the newness that it is. 2 events within a week of launch. Yeah, so there is another event. It's a little bit smaller, but there's another event that's rolling out tonight at Reset, actually. It's an emblem event. And then we have a Venusaur event coming up in, I think, a few weeks. Maybe it's December? I don't know. We have a Venusaur event coming up for some more promo cards as well. And then Amory LP, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Go ahead and evolve the Dragonite. He's going to be on board. So even if they knock out a Lapras, we're going to have the other one ready to go. Aeon, it's going well. Hopefully your day is going well as well. And then YOLO, are you enjoying the game? I am. I didn't initially think I was going to enjoy it as much as I am, but the more people that are playing it, the more we're seeing a good like shift up of meta decks and like counters to certain meta decks. So like the Mankey deck does really well if you're seeing a lot of like Pikachu or Electric. You can do like the Wheezing Arbok against a lot of Mewtwo, and you have some pretty cool like levers with several decent decks to be able to have answers to anything that's like really popular, really big out there. Venusaur event should contain Greninja. So what I'm actually most excited about for the Venusaur event is the Jigglypuff. I'm a little bit worried, but excited at the same time. So right now, Jigglypuff as a card is pretty bad. She doesn't have any like real home because her ability is not great. So Jigglypuff right now is a 2 energy attack, and it's just pound. It's just 30 damage. The event Jigglypuff that was data mined is a 1 energy sing, so it's going to be another sleep. Yeah, the 1 energy sing Jigglypuff should be in the Venusaur event, and so it's going to be so frustrating having like a such a cheap attack, cheap Pokemon that can guarantee put your card to sleep every single turn. I'm scared. I'm scared of it. And then Kragu resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much, Kragu. You pushed us into actually into a hype train, which we typically don't hit when we're not playing Marvel Snap. So thank you so much for the support and for being here, even though we're not playing our primary game. Nice to see you enjoying Pocket as well. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I was going to. At first glance, I said I really want to try this Primeape deck, but Primeape is like one of the only cards I've never found. Really, Primeape is pretty low rarity, but it's definitely, if you don't have him, yeah, it's not much you can do. People are gonna run Jiggly into Wiggly and Hypno deck just to make people mad. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and start with Dratini. Not our preferred start, but we do have the Dragonair and Dragonite evolution. And so if here they do a Professor's Research, we do have the Diabolical red card to send their way. Maybe we still do it. Actually, we could do Misty. If we get super lucky with 3 heads, we can attach one onto Dratini and then retreat. No, such luck. The Venusaur art. Yeah, the Venusaur art for the promo is good too. And then there's a data mine of a like Bulbasaur Magnemite or Magneton event a little bit further off as well. We're not going to have electric energy next turn, so I'm just going to attach the 1 for now. And then J10 with the Prime sub, keeping the hype train alive. We're almost leveling it up to level 2. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. That's another Wonder Pick, isn't it? The Magnemite? It might be. The Bulbasaur Magnemite, that might be another Wonder Pick event. We do have Electric next turn, so we could ramp into Dragonair's attack. Is there a Snap Zone-esque site for Pocket? I found one last night, but I don't remember what the site was. Oh yeah. The Codex, Pocket Codex. So Sabrina was big here. Fortunately so. Pokemon Zone is kind of like Snap Zone. Yeah. Yeah, and I think both of those are still being like developed and fleshed out. Quick question, how does the game decide which energy to give you each turn? If you're running a dual typing, it seems like it's kind of random. And so you can select which energy to include. Typically, it just automatically adds energy for each of the type of cards that you have in your deck. But like in the Butterfree one, I was able to remove the grass energy, even though we had a grass Pokemon. And so you have a little bit of control on like what it is that gets added into the deck. Okay, let's not waste the electric energy since next turn is going to be water. Then we can always just use the water onto Dratini next turn to retreat it out. Bulbasaur event, yeah. But it does seem like they are kind of continuing to have at least something going that's kind of new. Like every few days, it feels like we have something that that is being brought our way. So if I remember right, this is the Greninja line, and he doesn't have a like his second form doesn't have a big bursty attack. His strength is from the back line, and so I'm okay. Even though he has 3 energy, I'm okay with him being here. I just got Lapras, but can't for the life of me to get the Butterfree. I actually only have one of the promo Butterfrees, unfortunately. That's the one that I'm going to have to go back and do a bit more for. Alright, so it's Dragonite time. But to be fair, this deck was much slower than what else we were facing. I think we would have been fine with the Lapras Butterfree deck. It's nice having relaxing free events to farm cards for. Yes. It's really, really nice that they've set it up in a way that it's player friendly. That if you lose in that match, it doesn't take your stamina away. And so it just feels like they really want you to like engage with it, but not get penalized if you don't like have a deep collection or if you don't have a great deck already. And so like I don't have a fantastic electric deck. And so there were a couple times that I lost. So I definitely made use of the fact that stamina didn't get used whenever I had those losses. And I'm curious what all is going to be included in the mini set that they have coming out in a couple of months. I'm excited to see what that looks like. He said, will they bring a ranked or competitive mode? They will. There's been some data mines. I think right now it's data mined for around January, but we don't know for sure. Because right now it's just what has been looked at. It is subject to change, but it is something that they are looking into. The only issue I have with the events so far is the 1, 2, or 3 rarity challenges. Because nicer looking variants count as more. Your deck gotta look ugly to finish them. Very true. Very, very true. So we do have the Dragonite line. I almost don't want to do Professor's Research here, in case they have a red card. I definitely don't want them to have a red card anymore. So far, so good with the Pokeball. Do have the Dragonite. They didn't have luck with their Misty. We actually have 2 Misties geared up in ours. I don't like him being on the front line, the Dragonair being on the front line, but the only option we have right now. Gives me plenty of time to complete the set. Yeah, me too. Right now, I'm probably 15 or so from being complete, but I'm not. I have like pack points. I could probably get it down to about maybe 5, but it doesn't feel like there's any big rush to get it done. Let's try the Misty, see what we get on the Lapras. It could be that we use the 1 energy on Dragonair to retreat. 1 free energy is not bad. I'm going to go ahead and attach the electric because that is the... we need at least 1. We don't know when the next one's going to show up. And so I'm just going to leave it at that, I think. Have you spent much? I spent... I spent right around $100 whenever the game was in New Zealand. But that's been it so far. So we actually wanted to retreat out the Dragonair, so that's nice. We have a second Misty here, so we just need 1 heads. That'll do. It'll do even more. I think that should be game. 100 when you were living in New Zealand? Yeah. Yeah, the equivalent of US dollars, I spent about $100. But that doesn't include, like, you know, airfare and board and all of that. But strictly in the game, about $100. Now we just have to be reliant on the sleep counter every single turn. Go ahead and get him ready. There's no way that we can retreat or do anything. We could heal him by 20 if we felt like we needed to. But at this point, they're just trying to stall for their Dragonite line. Said bug control minus the black bee. I actually don't know Magic the Gathering. That's one of the few that I haven't like dabbled in much. Need a heads? Oh man. He's gonna hold on with just 10 health. Dragonair's nice. Could have also tried to force a... We could try to force a Sabrina at some point. Sheesh. You can get some vouchers on Google Play for Pocket using play points. I got 120 gold for 99 with vouchers. Ooh, Kragu. I may need to take a look at it. Because I would like to finish out the collection. Like, a couple of the cards I'm missing are pretty impactful ones. Like, I'm missing all of the legendary birds. I don't have a single Articuno EX or Zapdos, and only 1 Moltres EX. It heads? Finally. Goodness. Alright. So, since we're finally awake... we're going to retreat out the Lapras. The Lapras ended up just being like a big tank for us while we geared up the Dragonite. How'd you get 2 Laprases? So you have to play the Lapras solo event, which we have quite a bit of time to. It just came out a couple of days ago, but the Lapras solo event, you get a guaranteed promo pack from the expert level. And so even if you don't have a deck that is guaranteed to beat expert, you don't lose any of your stamina for losing in the expert mode or losing in any of the event battles. And so it's worthwhile to even go a couple of losses between each win in expert, because you're guaranteed to get that promo pack. Fully expert Lapras with Mewtwo. Did Mewtwo do well against it? I just used an electric deck and called it good. All right, so we have Misty, we have Lapras. We could get up and going very quickly here. If they don't have any other basics, potentially a turn 2 win. We'll have another basic. I don't know that I've ever seen an Alakazam deck that just felt like it was really, really strong. Maybe this one will be the one that changes that. An Alakazam wheezing. Interesting. See if we're lucky. Oh. Such luck. It's okay. We can still start building them out. I guess wheezing is actually really tough for this deck because all of our retreat costs are really expensive. Alakazam will one-shot Lapras. If they get him built up in time, yeah. I love the Alakazam Wheezing deck, but I never get Dark Energy to set up in the beginning. Yeah, because you only need the one. You only need the one Dark Energy. They may have the draw that they need. So into the big coughing. If they don't, I guess they could evolve him into wheezing here. But if not, then we take him out. We take out the coughing. Bubble Drain. How much health does Alakazam have? 130. But it's not the EX. 70, 80. We only need one more to one-shot. Ooh. One more one-shots our Lapras, right? That does get pretty scary pretty quick. There's no EX? Oh. I was thinking of the full art version. Outside of this one. In that case, we're probably in trouble here. Big psychic attack. We can only stall for like one turn with Dratini. As long as we don't equip an energy onto him. And even something like Sabrina, I don't think saves us. Um, actually, they could have a Koga though, right? Right now, Alakazam would do 60, 120 to Dragonite. Def run 2 Kogas? Yeah, I would imagine. It's still our only shot or bet. I hope that they don't, or that they don't draw into it. I doubt that we get that lucky, but how did Surtur end up doing yesterday? Very, very good. Surtur, I actually blitzed all the way to almost infinite. I ended up like 95 before I started like playing at the end of the day or the end of the stream. Read out the Dragonite. We only have... I guess we wouldn't be able to do Misty plus Sabrina on the same turn. At any point. I'll be sad for them if Dragonite drops everything onto Coughing. We can survive one more. And we have 2 potions, so we'd be able to we wouldn't be able to survive 2 more attacks. Yeah, the Alakazam I think is just I don't see a way around him finishing us off. And they'll force it. But before we jump into any more, I think I'm going to go back to the Butterfree one. I think I like that one maybe a bit better than the Dragonite version. But I am going to run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back, you guys. That Alakazam Weezing or Alakazam Greninja are pretty solid decks. And so I haven't actually played any. I don't know if I have double Alakazams. How do they hold up against the like tempo stuff like Pikachu? I feel like it would probably struggle against that. Wait, Alakazam's up here. If we have him. I don't think we have a base version. I think we have one of the full art. Oh no, we do have a base version. But we don't have the full art. Yeah, we do. So then we would do double coughing, double wheezing. Have the Sabrina. The second Sabrina up here. Should run double Koga. Then I think double Pokeball, double Professor's Research. And for the final, we don't really need X Speed, I don't think, because we have Koga, which would be able to be our like retreat mechanism. I don't know that Giovanni is necessary either. So it might be that we go like single or double potion. Or we could always throw a red card. Let's do one single red card. All right, let's see how we do. I feel like this one might struggle from needing a like lengthier setup. We're also relying on getting at least one dark energy for early game. So Articuno EX, it could be the 18 trainer deck, or it just runs 2 Articunos. I guess we'll know depending on what Pokemon. No. An Articuno Dragonite deck? Articuno Zapdos. The Hand Scope? What kind of deck is our friend running here? Go with the Abra. I'm gonna go ahead and burn red card, just in case they had like the Dragonair evolution line. Maybe we make it a little bit less advantageous, or if they had Misty that they drew into, we're gonna make them have to have redrawn into it. We do get the Weezing evolution, which is beautiful here. Out of all the cards we could have drawn, I think I'm happiest to see that one. Go ahead and do that. They're poisoned, so they're going to have to either retreat or just be hit every single turn. Have you mess around with the Fossil Tech on stage 2 decks? Helps protect. I haven't messed around with it too much. But I do think I'm going to add one into the Lapras deck that I was running earlier. And then Coffee Fur, I think I'm cooking, but I don't have Misty to try it. Have you considered running Mewtwo, Gardevoir, and running it with water just to splash Misty? Or really anything energy heavy? My only concern is, so with the Gardevoir Mewtwo deck, you're typically very big on getting your early basic Pokemon, and having a water mixed in would kind of lessen the likelihood that you draw into the cards you're actually looking to get into. So as long as they have the evolution line, they should be able to get their Dragonite online. We're not pulling into any of our Kadabra stuff. Okay, big Kadabra. Go ahead and throw into it. I guess we'll attack this. They could send out Dragonite into an evolution, or I guess Dragonair into the evolution. And we might be in trouble. Unless you can run Misty without water energy. Oh, wait. I'm saying no water Pokemon, just the energy. Oh, Misty can only be used on water Pokemon. It has to be a water type. Alright, so the Dragonair is online. Scariest place to be. Let's see where they land. Okay, Coughing is gone. Our Weezing's still alive. If we get Alakazam, we still have a shot. Draw into the Alakazam. Neither of those are what we need, unfortunately. The more I play Misty, the more I hate it. Yeah, I don't enjoy Misty, but I wouldn't be crazy enough to remove it from like a water deck at all. But it becomes very like RNG heavy, which feels bad. Because you're always gonna, like, half the time you're gonna feel bad, half the time you're gonna feel good about it. Versus something where you just have that like guaranteed effect. I'd like that a bit more. Well, that'll be game. All right. I think I'm gonna run a little bit of the Mankey deck. I was enjoying that one yesterday, and it's a pretty budget-friendly deck. This, and then do the new Mankey deck. So the new promo Mankey allows you to enable your Primeape a lot easier than you could before. The Frigga variant. Is it a good one? If only it was a good card. Do we? Yeah, we go second. Perfect. Let's start with the Mankey. We have the Mankey attack into the Primate. Can do up to 60 damage. The Mankey attack. The most medium cards have the sickest variants. Very true. They for sure do. If they do 20 damage to us, even with a Giovanni. Even with a Giovanni, it would be 30, so it'd be 40 damage, so we should survive regardless here. I think we're okay to do the attack. Looking at you, Frigga, and Misery in the shop today. Yeah, Misery has a really good one, and she's a very mid card. She's like the definition of mid card. Oh no, the X speed into the Farfetch'd does us in. Five promo Mankeys and 0 Primate. That does feel bad, but it's a 2 diamond rarity, so odds are you'll get it sooner rather than later. I would imagine. Probably the best top deck we could have asked for. But I'm greedy. Yeah, I'm holding my pack points too. I have enough to pull like at least 2 of the legendary birds. But I would rather use it and save them to use whenever we're like just a couple of cards away to finish off the collection instead of maybe pulling that card later on. I guess we really don't need the second energy on him, but I'm going to throw it anyways. They have move 75 cards. Somebody messed up. And it's kind of crazy that they haven't like addressed it. Because 104 cost cards was wild too. But move 75 cards is beyond wild. I got my master set done. I just need 1 Wiggly EX and 1 Beedrill of all things to get my playset. Saving my pack points now for full art Sabrina's. Very nice. I was able to naturally pull 1 full art Sabrina. Yeesh. Well, with that we are dead. I'm waiting for the next snap mission to give us $5. General Sergeant. The way that the end of last season, the very last season pass one was win 12 daily missions, which is crazy by itself. I mean, by itself is normal, like you're going to complete it. But to be the very last one with only 2 days to complete it felt odd. And then yesterday with the play 100 4-cost cards and now the move 75, I feel like somebody messed up somewhere. By the way, how did that deck that's showing on screen feel? I'm going to switch back to it. It felt good against slower build-up decks, but it struggled against things like, of course, Pikachu and sometimes other like bursty decks. We couldn't get like our cards built up in time to really make full use of it. My wife pulled one last night and had absolutely no reaction whatsoever. She pulled... what'd she pull, Hurricane? So the Pikachu deck, we can sometimes manage against them. I think largely if we go second, so we can do like that first attack. Otherwise, I think it gets a bit iffy. Oh, Sabrina Full Art? Yeah, Sabrina Full Art looks nice. I have one of that, and I think one of maybe Blaine? Are those white cards something you have to collect, or do you get a set of them each game? Which white cards? Or are you talking about like the potion? Yeah. So you have to collect those. They're for sale in a shop, so they're super easy to get. You just use some shop tickets, which are free to acquire. All right, we're gonna go ahead and attack with Mankey. Even if they add an extra energy and paralyze us here, we have the evolution into Primeape, which will clear the paralysis. Go ahead and add the second one here. Throw into the Primeape. Then Peck doesn't do it. No, we should be okay. I don't think we need to use the potion quite yet from any of the attacks that they'd be able to do next turn. Yeah, the human ones, so like Brock, Blaine, Sabrina, Erica, those have to be in packs. The other white cards are like in the store. For your on-screen deck, stick with me here. Drop one Pattern, one Butterfree, slip in to Iceberg. Add the energy to only do water, and use Bug as a tech heal. And so I do have, we'll switch back over to that deck. So I do have the energy on that deck, only water. But I was thinking of maybe taking out like 1x speed for a fossil, maybe. Kind of preserve the stage 2 evolutions. And I don't have Articuno, unfortunately. Or Articuno EX. But this could save us against Sabrina Tech to protect our Metapod. Starmie EX? Yeah. The Starmie EX? Yeah. I have one Starmie EX. It could help us with like the tempo outs potentially. But is 1-in-1 enough? We're going first. Since we're going first, I think we do Lapras out front. And since we have the Butterfree, we're just needing the Metapod. We would be at risk of getting hit 2 times with the Meowth line. How are you liking the deck building with Pokemon? I actually think it's pretty... I actually like it quite a bit. I think it's, for the most part, you have most of your like good trainer cards that are in most decks. And so the actual like Pokemon build round isn't too crazy. We get 1 energy from the Misty. We can start ramping up a turn earlier. And then Lanoom, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Flip like a god. I like X speed because if you get pivot out of your Lapras, you want to do 1 energy and X speed if possible. Yeah. Yeah, and so I think I think 2 was a lot of times overkill. Get the Metapod, magical. That should be really, I think, all that we need here. And so next turn we have Lapras online, we have Butterfree online. Unless they hit us with the Sabrina. But if they hit us with the Sabrina, our Butterfree retreat cost is 1. We can pull it back in. You want 1 energy and 1 and double X speed to tag out? Oh, gotcha. You think one of the potions is the cut? Quite possibly could be, since we have so much like heal already. I'm trying to have a great one. You're helping? Lanoom, I'm so glad. I will gladly do whatever I can. Potion Turbo, yeah. Yeah, the potion is largely there just for sometimes giving us that stall to be able to get ramped up, but potential double X speed might be worthwhile. They do have the Gardevoir and the Mewtwo, but we're fully online. We wouldn't be able to just survive a side drive though. So X speed, they can switch into Mewtwo, hit us with a 50 power attack. That's fine. It doesn't knock us out. We're not at risk. And then we can start healing from there. The issue becomes the side drive attack. Oh, no, they didn't attack us. They could have, but I guess they decided it wasn't worthwhile. Bug and Lapras are going to be healing so much you should name the deck Red Cross. I like it. I like it. All right, let's do X speed. Pull out our Butterfree for free. Then we'll start ramping up this other Lapras. Ooh. Actually, without Sabrina, I think we're in trouble. Yeah, no, without Sabrina, we lose. We shouldn't have brought in the Lapras. Because we can't survive up to like one of their big attacks here. Yeah, they didn't attack. I'm guessing they just assumed we'd be able to heal it up anyways, so it didn't matter as much. But with Gardevoir online, we can't compete against the side drive. Our only chance would be to draw our second Misty and get lucky there. So 2 professors research. Oh, just need 1. Wait, we have grass energy? Maybe when I edited it, it added the grass back in. Need 1 heads here. Need to flip like a god. Beautiful. Okay. Too much? Too much? Okay. You used all your luck in one spot. That's fine. And I think just like that, we're able to win. I don't even need to attach an energy. Yeesh. Streamer client. Yeah, all we needed was the 1. It's not one of those cases where we're like running a Blastoise and we need a lot. We'll take it anyways. That one probably shouldn't have been winnable. But we were able to pull it home. Had that happen, I needed 1 and got 8. All right, so we're starting with Lapras again. We are going first, and so Misty could end the game right here. I'll double Misty. So there's a decent enough chance that we should be able to attack by next turn anyways. Oh, we wasted all of our luck on the heads for overkill last time. Rough. Even just 1 would have been big. And then Velorock. This isn't Snap. You're right, it's not. All right. Going back to the casino. Good. 1 more. Big. So that should be game. And then Velorock. No, this is Pokémon Pocket. I've been enjoying the game quite a bit. I want my money back. I'll pick up some Snap at some point, but I haven't tried it. Downloaded but unopened. Whoa, that could have been a big Marowak for them, but they got unlucky with the flips. There'll be more Marvel Snap at some point, but Lapras EX came out yesterday, and I was able to finally pull my second copy this morning, and so it's definitely something that I wanted to test out and see. And then Georgie with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. And then Lupa Juni with the Prime resub for 2 months. Very much appreciate having you here. I lost like 8 Marowak coin flips in a row today. That's my only like hesitation with like coin flip decks. You live and die by the flip in this game. You do. You very much do. If it's double heads, oh, if it's double heads, we're toast. We don't have any more Misties. We're gonna phone a friend. Open like 12 packs for the event. No Lapras. It took me, I think, between like 10 and 15 for the first, and then about, I'd say, another 10 for the second. How do you feel about this game long term? So far, the skill cap is much lower than Snap. I think the thing that we have to remember is that Snap, when it launched, was a very like low, a much lower skill cap as well. Like it was largely just player cards, and it came down to who had like the bigger 6 cost on the last turn. Like there wasn't as much like synergistic gameplay to it. I don't think we even... Ooh, actually. We have to risk the Lapras, because if Caterpie had died, we would have lost. So we have to retreat here. We're gonna risk the Lapras one turn. We can go ahead and throw in, I guess, Metapod. Devil Dino was basically solely the meta. Yeah. Yeah, and so like there was, I think, some skill expression in like where and how you played the cards. Oh no, the Sabrina was what I was worried about. So they have to get double tails again, which is very unlikely. We're probably cooked. Oh, no way. Super unfortunate. If we can get an X speed here. X speed? No. We're still not completely out of the water. But sometimes you win because your cards are better. Sometimes the opponent just fails at a coin flip. We'll take it. Rip the double flip miss. Yeah, the double flip miss. Because that was 2 turns in a row. Will Devil Dino ever be good again? I don't think so. I think with what Snap has like evolved into, I don't think that Devil Dino does enough to be valuable. Like it's okay, it can win some games, but I don't think it's consistent enough. So like we have on the flip side of that, we have Hawk, where not only does enabling its scalability increase your power, but it also disrupts the opponent's draw. And so I'd say we probably don't see another like really good Devil Dino again. I think the game has just like evolved into something much more power or stat heavy than what it used to be. Wasn't Dino practically the game's poster boy for a long time though? It was. Like it was like especially early days. It was very, very strong. It was everywhere. It used to be 3-0. And then eventually got changed to like 5-3, I think is where it's at now. Double miss into double hit into double miss. Consistently inconsistent. All right, so let's start out with the Caterpie. Ooh, the Pikachu deck. We don't really have an avenue for an out for them, unfortunately. We do get Metapod, so we have the full evolution line. We can call out one more to get better odds for whatever else, or maybe we sacrifice the Caterpie. Oh no! I keep forgetting to remove the grass energy. Oops. A lot of good cards end up being 3 cost these days. Yeah, it's much more like 4, 5, and 6 cost cards have to be like truly dominant for them to end up having a place with like the state of the game right now. Just you can outstat too much with much lower cost cards nowadays. Like the fact that Sage gets consistently 10 plus power for a 3 cost. Early game or early days would have been absolutely wild. Oof, so the Magneton. I love when my opponent mid-game emote spams me and still loses. I usually mute them well before they get the chance to spam. But it is always kind of satisfying when you end up beating an emote spammer. Yeah, big Zapdos EX. Yeah, we're gonna jump out of this one. Without the Kabutops line, so like if we did like the Tri-Energy, like was brought up earlier, without that, we can't really do much against the Pikachu decks. And that's, I think, going to be the biggest drawback for Lapras. Oh, Goldfish. I forgot to fix the deck energy again. I appreciate the reminder, though. I'm over here, Improving Grounds playing 6 drops for missions. Yeah, I went to Proving Grounds and ran like a complete 4-cost deck the other day to finish off like a weekly mission as fast as I possibly could. All the deck had was 4-cost cards. It had no intention of trying to win. Yeah, if you play Surfer, 6 drops aren't necessarily in your wheelhouse. So you have to like shift it up or like grind Proving Grounds. All right, we do get Misty, so big pull. We get lucky here. Heads. Okay, one more. No. We do still get back in the driver's seat off of that one, so we're okay. We're okay with the one hit. You said my main account got a full playset of all the promos from the free fights. Free-to-play account got a 1x set, but double Lapras EX and 10 fights. I'm only playing free-to-play when I stream it. But it's the one that got the double. So we can out-heal the poison here. What's your take on pack opening? The bint pack stuff doesn't matter, right? I don't think it does. I kind of enjoy just doing it because. So I'll look for the bint packs and I'll sometimes target or open those, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. There were similar rumors for like physical cards for Yu-Gi-Oh for a while. Like there was like a pink dot somewhere on there, and it was rumored that if you grab those are guaranteed to be like a rare card. Bint pack. Yeah, so in the carousel, certain packs have like bent corners, and it's rumored that those have a better chance of rare cards. I think it's... I don't think it's true. I think it's fluff, but the rumor is out there. Let's go ahead and burn the second potion. We're not even going to need Butterfree on this one. Hasn't it been disproven like 10 times over? Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. But it's one of those things. It's the rumor is going to rumor. Are you using Grash Energy in the deck? Yeah, I didn't have it, but I brought it up to like show the chat, and it added it back in, so I need to remove it. Because Butterfree's not meant as an attacker. Have you tried the Primate deck with the new Mankey? Yeah, I actually posted a Mankey Primate build on the Pokemon YouTube channel. My Pokemon YouTube channel. So we can't retreat, that's fine, we don't need to. All we need to do, I guess we could do Sabrina. See, this is 60, 70, 80, so 50, 60, 70. We don't have the Butterfree out yet, so we can't out-heal. Can't out-heal him. And then Severo with the 1 community gifted. Thank you so much for the positivity and the support. That bumps us up to 3 for the day. Very much appreciate you guys. I appreciate you being here. Alex, if you grabbed the gifted, make sure to thank Severo in the chat, if you don't mind. So we knock out the Grimer, but Arbok is going to come back in and will knock us out. So we would have to get really lucky with any follow-up that we have. The poison ticking away without us having Butterfree down is a bit much. American here to relax with the channel's chill vibes for no particular reason at all, but it's very needed, so thank you for being UTLSG. Thank you so much, Severo. Very much appreciate that. And then Calibrex, sorry to say this, but I think I can watch for longer. I appreciate you. We need trading ASAP. I feel like they're gonna fumble the trading somehow. Like, for some reason, I feel like they're gonna fumble it. So we actually out-heal the corner range. The Butterfree attack being able to attack gonna give us an avenue to win this. Oh no. Then Vixen Van Halen, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. You have any ideas for trading that would work without breaking the game? Not really. Like maybe it's Maybe it's a daily limit. Maybe it's that you have to trade something of like equal rarity, but even that you could create 2 or 3 accounts and then just trade off the rares that you don't need or that you have extras of. And so I can't think of a way that doesn't like break the game entirely. I think no matter what, we'll see an issue with people creating multiple accounts and running multiple accounts to get like more cards more quickly or more easily. Let's remove the grass energy from this deck. It almost saved us there, but we largely do not need it. You will need multiple of a card to be able to trade, I think. That could put a damper on it. That way you couldn't have an extra account, but that extra account you could just use your promo points to get a duplicate of whatever card you were wanting to trade, and then like trash it and start a new one. All right, so we have Misty off the jump. Could be big for us. One trade per month. One trade per month could put a pretty big limitation on it. If trading was random though, you set up an offer on a specific card with another, and the offers visible to you are random if available, so you can't pick who you trade with. That might be viable if there's not a way to like directly choose who you trade with. All right, let's see if we get good Misty luck here. Not so much. Have to ramp up the good old-fashioned way. Throw Caterpie in. We'll attach our energy. We're just looking for Metapod at this point. And then it's hammer time. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Glad you could jump in and join us. Level gaining would be one solution, but it would definitely hurt people who are collector only. True. So a second Butterfree, but no Metapods. See what we get with our Professor Research. Sabrina and Pokeball. So we get our either a Caterpie or our other Lapras. I kind of feel like if we may throw Sabrina to make them put in Snorlax next turn, potentially. Go ahead and end it for now, though. I guess we can take out the Farfetch'd. Maybe something like Wonder Trade in Pokemon games. You send a card to trade, it goes to a random person, and you get a card from a random player in return. Same rarity, not same rarity. Yeah, that might potentially be another avenue, but I feel like it would be hard to... I don't know. When I think of trading, I think of like, I'll give you a Lapras EX for your Charizard. Not so much just like the random thing. I think the random thing could work, but I hope they find some way to make it like kind of pinpointed. So if they have Giovanni, they can knock us out with Farfetch'd here. Oh, okay. And X speed? No. I'm going to do a double heal. I'm actually going to use Caterpie's attack to get a guaranteed Metapod pull. It's taking us longer than I would like to set up the Stage 2 evolution, but we'll be able to guarantee pull it out of our deck now. Mewtwo finally comes down. They do have Haunter, so I'm assuming the Gengar line. But if without a Gardevoir, I think we're maybe okay against Mewtwo. We would have to find our other Lapras, though. Alright, let's pull him back. Do the Metapod. Next turn we can get the Butterfree. We're gonna knock out our first card. But if you can only trade 1 for 1 each time, fine too. It would be messier, but kind of nice if you could determine your own metrics. Like, I'll give you 1 Rainbow Moltres for 1 each of blank, blank, and blank common. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like that opens the door for people abusing it with alternate accounts. Get Misty. It's a touch later than we would have liked from the Misty, but that's okay. With Snorlax, he can tank 1 full hit. We'd be able to knock him out the next time. But by that point, they have their Mewtwo like fully ramped up and ready to go. So we might stall with the Snorlax being out, knowing that they're not going to attack with it. We could stall until we get another fully ramped up Lapras. Fight Soul. The energy in the deck is mono blue, yeah. That's an unfortunate typo, though. Ooh, so they heal the Snorlax to keep him in the game? There's our other Lapras. Beautiful. So as soon as we get him fully up to 3, then we should be okay getting... Wow. It's up to 3. We should be okay getting a one-shot KO'd by the Mewtwo. I guess as long as they don't have energy that's above that. So if they can do 2 of those big shots in a row, we might have a problem. I guess not with the Sabrina, right? I just saw the new season mission in Snap. Yeah. Move 75 cards is crazy. I really hope that it's a mistake and not a direction that they're moving towards. Because that is a ridiculous amount of cards to have to move. Alright, let's go ahead and knock out the Snorlax. Then we have Sabrina, so if they pump out a Mewtwo, we can shift it out with our Sabrina so that we'd be fighting, I guess, the Gengar? Actually, we can tank a turn since they don't have any extra onto the Mewtwo. So we can actually just try to take on the Mewtwo himself. But it might be better to shift it with Sabrina. This is a 2 energy retreat cost. So then we're a bit safer, even if they somehow get some power down. Notorious, you would have, instead of Misty onto the secondary Lapras, you would have done Sabrina at that point. I could see that being a good line. Carnage is chaos. He said every time I scratch my my beard for a split second, my brain thinks you're using your chin or nose to touch the screen. It's just the ADHD. Okay, so Giovanni, that's fine. They also used 1 X speed. That's 2 X speeds that they've used. 2 potions. So we throw our second Sabrina, and I think we're in a good spot. Go ahead and do Butterfree. It's one of the first times we've had a chance to get some healing off of it. Seeing bearded variant TLSG when he used to be the non-bearded version. Yeah, we're gonna be bearded by the end of November. We're just gonna let it grow for the entirety of the month. What are the benefits of going first or second? So the benefit of going second is that you get to attach energy first. And so if you have a 1 energy attack, or like you get the attacking advantage. So you get to start doing damage first. Unless the opponent has a Misty that ramps up their card on turn 1. At that point, everything's out the window. The benefit of going first is that you get to use your cards, like your counter card, like your red card, to potentially send their cards back into the deck. You also get to evolve first. So you get to evolve on turn 3, whereas going second, you would have to wait until turn 4. For men's mental health or something? Yeah. We don't have a deck tracker. It's actually just an image. It's a JPEG. I took a snippet and attached it. All right, so we're going first here. I typically don't like the Caterpie line when we're going first. So we're going to go ahead and put out the Lapras. It puts us too susceptible to them being able to like kill us before we like get that draw off. Every day he gets at least a $10 donation. He keeps the stash. I like it. All right, let's go Pokeball. We'll draw into the Lapras. We can go ahead and use Professor's Research here. An X speed and an additional Professor's Research. All right, so ideally we get like a Misty. Against an electric deck, that's really our only chance, is like ramping up and getting into attacking much earlier than they do. Otherwise, we can't keep up with the typing advantage and the surge that they pump out. So if you're a cheap deck, you want first. I would say if you're an aggro deck, going second would be better. Because you can do the first attack. But if you're looking to do like a lot of early evolves, then the other way around is good. Okay, so Potion, another Metapod, but no Butterfree. Only 8 left, so. 8 left. In the bottom, we have 2 Misties. No more Professor's Research, though. All right, with the Pikachu EX, that is pretty deadly. Because next turn they'll be able to not one-shot the Lapras, but very, very close. So if it has any damage at all, we'll be able to take him out. Get Butterfree, nice. We go up to 120. Theirs goes 110. Not great, but we get one singular attack off of our Lapras here. We survive a Pikachu hit at least? Yeah. For what it's worth, we survive one singular Pikachu hit. So free retreat costs. One of the best things about the Voltorb Electro line is that. Why would they do Sabrina? Fine. We're okay with that. I actually think that was potentially slightly misplayed. Nice of them to let Butterfree tank. I know, right? And we have the X speed, so we get the free retreat. I'm guessing they were hoping that we wouldn't be able to get a Lapras up and around, but let's drop the X speed. So we're gonna be able to take out the Pikachu EX now, which is massive for us. With the heal powder, start slowly but surely healing him up, and then we'll hit him with a bubble drain, a full health bubble drain. I ended up giving in and grabbing Voltorb off shot points. My Pikachu deck fed my water addiction. Yeah, I think Voltorb, if you had the rest of the pieces, would be needed. Wow, so they put Electrode back in. Interesting. That is a big hit, so that we wouldn't be able to, like, fully solo it. This goes up to 70, 80, 90. No, unfortunate. We needed at least one. Okay. So they'll have to do... I guess they won't have to retreat. We're going to take out the Electrode. But the Pikachu EX takes this out. And on the YouTube side, Unibot, you said I've spent more time opening packs in the game than actual matches. For a long time, I was in the exact same spot. But as the collection kind of got built out, I found that I enjoyed the battles more and more. We can survive one hit from Pikachu here. I guess we could also, if we get, what, our other Misty? No, Pokeball. So we can pull into the Caterpie line. Butterfree's almost to the point where it can tank a hit for us if needed. I guess if they have Sabrina, then we lose here. Spoke it into existence. Did you manage to pull any crown golds? I have not. And I've actually ran on 3 different accounts. Haven't had a single crown rare. The fact that we were even somewhat close to holding our own against Pikachu there, I think was very beneficial. Most of the time, Pikachu just wipes the floor with us. And then Dimwit66, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. That pushes us up to 4 for the day, which is massive. If we keep playing Pokemon, we're gonna have to think of a new sub notification. We'd have to take away the Wong shenanigans. I'm curious to see this list. We're running 2 of the Omnistar as well. So I haven't been running the Omnistar, which, I mean, maybe would be beneficial. I was running the Helix just for a protection for Caterpie. But it might be worthwhile to run at least one of the Omnistar lines. Great portal hot location, yeah. Definitely goes well with the Season Pass card, which was already really, really strong. We're going first here, which I don't like leading with the Caterpie when going first. But it is what it is. Lapras EX into Good Luck Misty. Good. Big. Awesome. So we might go ahead and burn the second Misty next turn to try to get a retreat, unless we draw X speed. I don't own Eliath, but people know playing it isn't a surprise, right? Sometimes it is. But right now, the decks that he slots into, you pretty much anticipate the Eliath. Can we see EV deck? I actually haven't built out any EV decks. Just most of the EV evolution lines didn't feel like, I don't know, it didn't feel like it was strong enough to warrant. But we can always take another look at it. TLSG, I got Pikachu EX yesterday, but I'm not sure what else should I run it with. You would run it with Voltorb Electro line. So I would double up on both of those. The main reason is Electrode is a free retreat. So Sabrina and all the other kinds of mess can't really hurt you with that. And then in addition to that, I would run, if you have Zapdos EX, I would run Zapdos EX in it. And then if not, potentially just like a regular Zapdos. TLS subtitle G-Win. I need to figure out how to do the automatic subtitles. I just can't seem to get Lapras for these packs. Did finally get Butterfree. Nice. Hopefully it's in the very next pull for you. I've heard a lot of talk about Sabrina. What does the card actually do? So Sabrina forces your opponent to retreat the active Pokemon and put one of the benched Pokemon in the active slot instead. So if you're staring down like a stacked out Venusaur that you can't destroy, sometimes Sabrina will make it where you switch that card and you can destroy the other card in one shot, giving you an avenue to win. Around how many wins did it take you to get 2 Lapras? I would say about 20 to 25. Misty. There can only be one strong Misty per match. Next up, we have JMK. I'm looking forward to the day whenever I run into like one of the other streamers playing. So like Mogwai or Jeff or somebody like running into them in a match, I think will be cool. But with like no banding on that matchmaking, I feel like it would have to be very, very lucky to have that happen. All right, so another electric deck. And no luck on Lapras EX yet. And then Anime is Life. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Thank you for jumping in and joining us. Voltorb, Pikachu EX. Zapdos EX, yeah. We are probably roasted here. A good Misty with a Lapras would be great. Wow, Caterpie and not the Metapod. A little unfortunate. I'm good just getting home from work. Got out early on my Friday. Nice, Anime. That always makes for a great start to your weekend. Getting out just a little bit early. Yeah, the Electrode evolution into Free Retreat. It's so strong. Not much we can do against it. Lapras? Our only shot here is a good Misty flip. We need 2 heads. That is not 2 heads. I assume you're getting cooked? Yeah, against Pikachu decks, we get absolutely cooked. If we're able to get our Pokemon like online, then we're pretty well off. Like we win pretty often. But Pikachu decks is like the biggest counter, I think, to really any kind of water deck. You said Pocket might be my main game for now. Having so much fun. Can't wait for tomorrow for the event. Yeah, I'm excited for the Emblem event. I don't think there's any big rewards from it, other than like a couple of free packs and some flare dust. Is that what it's called? The dust that you use for flares. There's another event tomorrow. Yeah, at Reset, there's going to be an Emblem event. So for just participating in battles. And you get hourglasses. For winning certain numbers of battles, you get pack points. Shine Dust. Thank you. It's like rank, though? Wait. So the event is like rank? How so? Good Misty here, and we win. Oh, no way. Did we find somebody running a very similar deck? Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Well, we don't get it off the jump, but just about as close as you can get otherwise. The events are kind of crazy here. I agree. And the events being in a way that is like player positive, it feels so nice. So like the Lapras event, being able to go into a battle and if you lose, you don't lose your stamina, felt so good. It took any kind of like stress or worry off of those matches. And then at that point, it's just you're grinding. You said the more you win, the more things you get. Yeah, but there's an upper limit. So I think if you win, I want to say it's 50 games, 50 matches, you get, I want to say 2,000 shine dust. Yeah, the stamina recharges a bit slowly, but we do have a pretty long time frame on the event. What, like 12 days? And so over the course of 12 days, like if you wanted to get it right away, yeah, it feels bad to get unlucky. But otherwise, I think it's easy enough to engage with and you don't have to worry about those losses. Wait, we have to use pack points for this? Or not pack points. We have to use a wonder pick for it. No, we have one of the mouths, one of the Chansey, or two of the Chanseys already. I'll go ahead and leave that one as is. 12 hours for stamina is kind of crazy though. It is, but I think it's meant to be like a healthy balance so that you're not like overly grinding. Let's see. We've had our reset. Let's see if there's anything new for us to potentially grab here. We had a chance at Moltres EX earlier today, and we whiffed it. We didn't pull the right one. We did get Machamp, which was a new card for us. Nope. Nothing new on this end, unfortunately. All right. Finally got a Zapdos out of a Wonder Pick. He pulled both a Zapdos and Pikachu EX in one pick. Man, I still don't have a Pikachu EX deck. I have like 3 or 4 Pikachu EXs and no Zapdos EXs. And I've pulled a large number of them. The fact that your 12-hour timer restarts after using a stamina reset. It restarts, because I know the Pokemon packs don't restart. Hot take: Zapdos EX makes the deck worse. I think Zapdos EX's strength is that it is a kind of a tank. You can have him out on the front line, and it's a 1-cost retreat. All right, so we have the Lapras out on the field. See if we get lucky with the Misty again. We've been having decent luck with Misty today. Bigger. Oh, man. That is a retreat, right? Not weak to fighting like the rest of the deck? True. And so it can give you a saving grace versus like a Mankey or Primeape. I have like 6 animated Charizards, still no crown. That's crazy. All right, so if they leave it just as this, I think we Sabrina to knock out the coughing next turn. Ooh, never mind. They're going to retreat it. Do they have a Wigglytuff? Wigglytuff EX? So if that's the case and they want Jigglypuff, I'm gonna go ahead and do the Sabrina to pull it back out. Because I was gonna destroy the coughing instead, but since it looks like they want to save it, I'd rather knock it out before it has a chance to ramp up. It's such a harsh comparison, Texrex, between the like monetization so far that we have in this game and in Snap. Like, to think that the $50 and $100 packs are super common in Snap and they don't even like get you all that much, in all honesty, feels crazy. All right, let's go ahead and start building up a second Lapras here. We're going to heal a little bit each turn, but mainly just the maintenance on the poison damage we're taking. I haven't touched Snap ever since playing Pocket. Pocket, the big thing that Pocket is missing for me is that ranked like climb. Because for whatever reason, I really like being able to make sure that I'm going against like other good decks and other good opponents and seeing, you know, how well my brews hold up. And so that's the biggest thing missing for me. But hopefully, hopefully that changes sooner rather than later. Tourneys. Now that I'm playing it more, I do want to take a look at tournaments. Right now, I think Pikachu is like the front runner for tournaments, but you could probably play with that in mind and run some other kind of deck to try to hold your own against it if you didn't want to like lean into that common outcome or that common like deck line. All right, let's go ahead and throw X speed. We're gonna throw 1 energy here, and now we can retreat him out. And we'll finish off the game with our other Lapras. They're literally everywhere. They happen every weekend. Yeah. Yeah, so I need to figure out what website is like driving those the most to take a look at them. You said Ursi Day? I'm gonna go ahead and search it. Maybe reach out to her. Yeah. Is Lapras EX solid? I already got 1 copy. It's okay. It really can't hold anything against like the Pikachu EX decks. But outside of that, it's not awful. Like it's fairly tanky. It feels like there's too much against it a lot of the time for it to really shine like I would want it to. Heading out for now. Have fun with the stream. Thank you so much, Chaos. Thank you for being here and hanging out for a bit. Hopefully we catch you again very, very soon. So we have the Metapod. We have Butterfree already too, and then 2 Misties. So at this point, all we're doing is thinning our deck. If they have a red card, be Treacherous. We have such a good line. We're just missing the Lapras. And then Lewis said, anyone have a good strat to min-max the Lapras solo battles? Do the expert mode, because you're guaranteed a pack for winning the expert mode. We're kind of desperate for our Lapras at this point. Just in case they evolve it, I'm going to use a potion. Maybe a potion and Sabrina. So they can't hit us with an Arbok. Because we are going to need to be able to retreat the Butterfree. Still our turn. I guess we can do Bug Bite since we do have the energy on it. All the game needs is rank and spectating. I agree. I agree, anime. I didn't think I would enjoy the game as much. Like, at first glance, it is very simplistic. But there are some cool ways to like build your different decks so that you can kind of hold your own against whatever you're anticipating you're going to go up against. And I definitely like that element of like guiding like what you're going to bring depending on what you think is either the strongest or what you think the opponent is going to be running and thinks is the strongest. Yeah, they're much deeper than they seem. Like, not, I wouldn't say it's like to a crazy degree or crazy level, but they are much deeper than what you would initially think on the surface. Man, we are missing out on both Lapras and both Pokeballs in the bottom 9. With no grass energy, we can't ramp up the Butterfree. I believe in Metapod. Metapod can do it with just the hardened attack. He got 1 KO. And since we can evolve him, the Butterfree or the can't retreat, the corner attack isn't going to completely like hard counter us. You can put grass in deck. Lapras needs only 2 water. Yeah, probably can. All right, so now we can retreat as needed, and we're going to fully ramp up and have a Lapras online. Guaranteed. Misty wouldn't troll us. Maybe she would. Wish Metapod had to harden and was like -10. Yeah, you take max of 20. Yeah, something like that. Bug Bite feels weird to have on Metapod since he doesn't ever have any like actual attack in game. Kind of like Splash for Magikarp doing actual damage. He'd be great stall. Yeah, he would be. All right, so surely Misty does not troll us twice, right? All right. All right, that's enough. That's enough. Don't use it all in one spot. All right, and we are almost back to full healed on the Lapras. So we were able to stall it out long enough that I don't think they're going to have a shot anymore. What did you swap for fossils? So I only have one fossil. I swapped one X speed for one fossil. Just because I was getting hit with a lot of Sabrinas knocking out like our Metapods, and so I wanted a fossil as like an alternate line. Did someone clip that Misty? That's not even the craziest one I've seen. Actually, on Lickitung, I got 420 damage, which was like 12 heads. I don't know. No, like 8. A lot of heads. I need to find the clip of the Lickitung. I haven't posted it yet, but I want to. Nice. And now we have our second Butterfree ramped and ready to go, healing up a storm. We have double potions, triple potions every single turn, as needed. They're not gonna be able to, they're not gonna be able to touch the Lapras. Poor Arbok. And so if this deck is allowed to ramp up and get both like all of the heals online, very hard to deal with unless they have like a one-hit KO type of Pokemon, so like Charizard. We do struggle against that type of deck. So also against Mewtwo, if Mewtwo gets ramped up with Gardevoir, pretty tough to deal with. And then Jimmy Woo, that Lapras is hydrated to the extreme. The Lapras is very well hydrated for sure. We think they're intentionally taking a long time here. There we go. Get our other Lapras down, but they're second heal, and then the third heal, healing up the corner every single turn. Said Vaporeon can try with Butterfree with 2 colors. I can take a look at Vaporeon. I don't think I've been really impressed with any of the Eevee evolutions so far anyways. But we can look at him. It could be another one that I just haven't tried to make work enough. I've been a fan of the Jolteon Missile Bombardment. But how does it fare in comparison to like your Electros or the other big line? So they bought themselves the turn. That's about all that they did here. Both Misties have been used. But they're just, I feel like they're just stalling because they're mad that they can't kill us. You said 2 energy and can go for 160. Would be pretty good. It's poor Arbok. Can't do anything. But like whenever you compare that with the potential of 160 to like the guaranteed of up to 90 with Pikachu, it feels kind of hard to have Jolteon shine, I guess. And it takes the, I guess, the 2 evolution versus Pikachu being like that base form. Like pure RNG, so, but it's real satisfying when it hits. Yeah, I could see that. We could retreat the Lapras, but I don't think we even worry about it. I think we just heal up. At this point, they're just stalling. Dragging the game out. Maybe one of the longest Pokemon Pocket games I've played. I want to try a Dragonite deck with Vaporeon and Jolteon. I feel like a lot of times Dragonite decks lean very much more into like stall early so that you're not dumping your energy onto those cards into like investing everything into the Dragonite. I hear if they get to turn 30, it's a draw. Really? Is that a thing? They're pushing for it. I use it as my alternate line to fight the Lapras EX, as I don't have a complete Pikachu deck. Also, Starmie EX is broken. Yeah, Starmie EX is one of the like most consistent damage dealers out there. Turn 20? Okay. We have plenty of time left. Like they're not going to survive long enough, but a game getting to turn 30 would be crazy. Do finally force their hand and force a retreat. Starmie EX is on a whole different level. Yeah. Yeah, Starmie EX is so strong. For 2 energy, doing like the output of 90 with the potential of Misty. Craziness. All right, so we start with our Lapras. No Misty in hand. Go regular Articuno. I don't know if I want to go Professor's Research, because if they're running the like a trainer deck, they could very easily have red card for us. But with the 2 that we drew from Professor's Research, red card would actually be great. I'd be absolutely okay with a Professor's Research at this point. But honestly, I'm surprised Starmie doesn't have lower HP to balance out the sheer damage. Yeah. I think initially it was going to be a collector sim with gameplay as an afterthought. I think that's what they really envisioned. But I think there has been such overwhelming like support for the game, especially the gameplay side or the battle side of it. I think that they'll have to focus a bit more attention on like the balance and pieces like that moving forward. And so I think a couple of like really good, unique trainers and items could really create some unique deck builds. Right now, most of the trainer items are going to be the same for most decks. You have your potions, Sabrina's, sometimes Giovanni, sometimes your X Speed. But, and then Professor's Research and Pokeball, I think, go in every single deck ever made. But outside of that, I think we may start getting some more like fleshed out or strategic type cards to be able to use. So instead of facing the Ice Beam, let's go ahead and hit him with a Sabrina. game's actually pretty balanced. It's not too bad. I thought, whenever I first picked it up, I thought Mewtwo was going to run the show. And then I realized that the Pikachu EX deck kind of out-tempoed the Mewtwo EX. And so then I thought that was going to run the show. But then we have like the ramp of like the Charizard Moltres. We have the like now Mankey Primeape stuff to deal directly with the Pikachu line and some other like aggro or tempo stuff that I think it's all pretty worthwhile. And we have a decent variety of decks that can do decent for how early we are in the game. And so the reason that we run the Helix Fossil, this is the first time we've actually got to use the tech for it, is that we can now just discard it, put in our Lapras. We don't have to waste an energy. We don't have to risk the Caterpie, the Metapod, and then all of a sudden we are in there ready to go. So did they use... No. So we can't one-hit KO the Articuno. I think I'm going to go ahead and do Sabrina. We're going to try to start gearing up towards that Dragonair. Now, they can do one energy and then retreat it, but that's giving us additional time to like find an additional Lapras or do additional things. You said the pass in Pocket is so bad. It's kind of like the gold pass in Marvel Snap. It's just... you have to make sure you're logging on each day to get the value from it. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily bad. They got an X speed on us, which is unfortunate. Because now we may get paralyzed. Beautiful. One more Butterfree line and we should be, I think, in the clear. But we can heal back up to max. We don't need to waste one of our potions. Those are like the backup line if we get a little bit too much damage on us. And no, we can't heal up to max. But I don't think it matters. We're going to get close. We'll save the potions for more of like a surprise, like get just out of danger if we need to. The pass is a reoccurring sub. Most other pass games, not sub-based MMOs, at least make you buy it again affirmatively. At least make you buy it again. What, like the entire game type? Or I'm not sure what you mean, Gammon. Or the fact that... we frozen? Is that what that is? Paralyzed. And I'm sure we can't retreat when we're paralyzed, can we? No. But we do have another Lapras built out. Oh, the fact that it reoccurs? Yeah. So it's not like a purchase and then next month you have to like physically repurchase it. I gotcha. But that's the same kind of model with a lot of mobile games. We need a good outcome on this this freeze. We don't need to be paralyzed. Beautiful. So we can finish off the Articuno. They don't have their Dragonite ramped up enough. So they weren't quite able to stall as long as I think they needed to. For good measure, though, I am going to go ahead and do a potion as well. That way we're above a potential like Starmie into evolution into Staryu EX into like a Misty line. So on question, which ones? I play a few... I guess that's true on the reoccurring charge piece. Because most of them like Snap, I think it's like a physical purchase each month instead of a like if you forget. So you have a good point there. And I think the other piece of it is like how necessary is it to have that pass? Because I think we're going to be able to get pretty close to completing most. I think we get pretty close to completing most of the cards with just like daily regular play. Okay, let's go ahead and full heal our Lapras here. They're going to get one shot with a Dragonite. And so they would have to... I don't think there's a way that they can one-hit KO us, even if it stacks perfectly. Because they need 3 on Lapras, and 1 is not enough on any of the other ones. Wait, why did they put out Dynamo? All right. We will take the Dragonite win where we can. It's one of those that if you can stop them from ramping into their stuff, like you just get the win at that point. My initial take was it's bad. The counter argument I was presented is good value. So I did the free 2 weeks, but I haven't done any more for the past than that. I might whenever they have like a specific card that's attached to it, so like a specific like promo card. But outside of that, I don't feel like it's absolutely necessary to have. I did spend a little bit on gold, so I should be able to complete this set of cards regardless. So I don't feel like it's a necessity for me. When they offer more. Yeah, so next month is going to be a promo Mewtwo. We're having the premium pass, I believe. Ooh, a scary Misty on 1. We need them to hit a Tails. Otherwise, the game could be over. Yeah, I think that one's attached to the pass, if I'm not mistaken. We could counter their Misty with a Misty of our own. They got bad RNG, so that means we're guaranteed to get good, right? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. And so now we can attach onto Caterpie, retreat him out, and that should be probably close to game, I think. That's the crazy thing about Misty, is that it's so like all or nothing a lot of times. Like it could completely make or break a game depending on that RNG outcome. We got the streamer client, indeed. We do for sure. Ooh, they do have, oh man. They do have us with a Sabrina, but unless they have another Misty, we can just attach the energy and then retreat him again. And Georgie, I was kind of in the same spot. I did the 2-week trial. I didn't feel like right now it was worth me paying for, but honestly, that could change in the future, depending on like how they change it or what they offer. But right now, I didn't feel like I absolutely needed it. I had the Lapras bot hit 14 heads on its Misty. Oh no, that feels so bad. At that point, you just concede and try again the next time. Whew. So next up, they have their Froakie. We're not going to give them time to ramp into like Greninja. Not going to give them that luxury. And we will take the retreat. Sometimes Misty wins you games. Other times she loses them for you. I feel like it's just a poorly designed card, honestly. To be that like that all or nothing feels wild. All right, let's jump into the next. And then on the YouTube side, Austin, you said, hey TLSG, do you prefer to go first or second in Pocket? I prefer to go second most often because I like to have a good like aggro deck most of the time. So I like to be able to do that first attack and attach that first energy. Vulpix here is unfortunate. We need, I guess maybe could we have put Helix Fossil as our entry Pokemon? Then Georgie with the Hydrate reminder. And then Miyoji, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. He said you've been having fun with that Blaine deck I was using? Yes. The simplicity, and it just does so much output. It's one of my favorite decks so far because it is very consistent at what it does, and it has quite a bit of burst too. Oh no, they're gonna roast us with the Onita. Wait, do they have Giovanni? No, they used Professor's Research. They couldn't do Giovanni. Hey, perfect. We get our Lapras. Love to see it. Let's go into X Speed into a retreat. Attach the energy and then evolve into Metapod. And the Helix Fossil here is going to protect us from that potential Sabrina play. Because we don't care so much if the Fossil dies, but we are pretty hamstrung if Metapod dies. He said it's going to take forever to blow my channel points on Hydrate reminders. I need like a Hydrate plus worth more channel points. So, something where you just like finish off the entire cup. The Blaine plus Rapidash is a lot of damage output. And unfortunately, no Misty. We don't have Butterfree yet, but we do have Double Potion. And so next turn, we'll be able to start healing off of them. We'll be able to one-hit KO the Rapidash. So then it would come down to like the Ninetales. Is there a ranked ladder in the game? Not yet. There will be eventually, but right now it's just random matches. Tomorrow is the new PvP event. It is. And so the biggest thing that you get from that is Shine Dust. But just for participating, you get it's 2 packs worth of Hourglasses. Yeah, so I took out one X Speed in favor of 1 Helix Fossil. We needed a Butterfree or some way to get like a heal down because we're susceptible to a Vulpix flamethrower here. So we do fall to that, unfortunately. Need a Butterfree. Misty is also acceptable here. Let's see what we can do. 2 heads wins us the game immediately. 1 gives us at least an advantage. All right, so we should be able to win off of that because they're not going to be able to 1-turn burst the Lapras down. Now, we fall to a Sabrina, right? Sabrina is the only exception where we lose. What does the Helix Fossil do here? It's a body. So it acts to protect your stage 2 Metapods so that they don't get sniped before you can turn them into Butterfree. Granted, you have to draw the Butterfree, but it is what it is. As long as there is no Sabrina to worry about, we're okay. But odds are if they have it in their deck, they have it in their hand. What does it do? It dies. It does. Not quite able to get enough on the Ninetales. Very close, but just wasn't quite enough. I'm not even going to use the Misty. We're just going to do... Wait. We've only got one... Ooh, wait. We've only got 1 point. So we take out the Ninetales. As long as they can't attack this next turn, we're safe. But with Magmar being down and not like I guess a Ponyta wouldn't have been able to do it either, since they've used both of their Blaines. You're gonna manifest her. I'm guessing that they don't have her built into the deck, is what I imagine. Especially if they have the Magmar. Magmar feels like it's the cheaper version, where you may not have like all of the resources. That Vulpix could have been nasty. And still no Butterfrees. We'll limp into a win gladly. You get infinite. I finished off, not quite. I finished off 95 last night, and honestly, the climb was very, very easy so far. Surtur is absurd. Such a strong card for like that premium behind the paywall type of card. Very, very strong. Does crazy things for Scar decks. And so one of the easiest climbs I've had so far. I just didn't finish it off last night. What is the point of the deck? Endless Heal? Yeah, so the point of the deck is to get your Lapras up and going so that you can tank out any kind of hits that the opponent has. So then you're dishing out 80 damage per turn, and you're healing just about all of that at the same time. Just got here, so sorry if this has been asked a bunch, but what's our thought process on the fossil? The thought process on the fossil, I didn't start with it in the deck, but I kept getting hit with Sabrinas whenever I would have Lapras out, and I would have to sacrifice like a Caterpie or a Metapod. So the idea with the fossil is so that we can preserve our Butterfree evolution. You said it was because of ads? Wait, what was because of ads? Oh yeah, my bad. You're okay. So if we get super lucky with Misty, we have a great chance. Oh, are they running a Wheezing Mewtwo deck? Interesting. Go ahead and find a friend with Caterpie. Maybe we pull Metapod, and then we can work on the Butterfree evolution. Now, the only, or I guess not the only bad thing, but one of the bad things about Mewtwo is if he gets up to Side Drive, we can't survive like a single hit with it. So the Wheezing instead of the Gardevoir line is kind of crazy. Also, poor Caterpie. I actually just added Butterfree with no grass to my Nidoking/Queen deck. Yeah, I like it. If you can get him, if you can get it fully evolved, you get a lot of benefit. But it kind of falters or falls to decks that are a little bit faster and curve out a little bit harder. Props for running the Nidos. I want to like the Nidoking, Nidoqueen combo, but I just haven't found a way to like make it feel good, unfortunately. All right, so let's, instead of Professor's Research, let's do Sabrina. Force them into one of their other guys. I guess we may have just helped them if they have Koga. If they have Koga, then we retreat. Double stage 2 Evos with relying on getting both online for damage. Yeah, I agree. They do have Koga. We'll give them this one. They got ramped up before we got ramped up. And so with a big heavy hitter like Mewtwo, if we don't get him down before that 4th energy gets attached, there's not much hope for us. I think Nidoking can work, but Nidoqueen is just bad. Yeah, Nidoking I think can work, but I think there's much better options if you're going for like a double evolution line. Start with our Lapras. I think you have to take out one of the Queen lines for Kanga or Farfetch'd. Yeah. All right, so last game Misty sold, and she didn't give us what we needed. This time she's going to hit 14 energy. That's not quite 14. I would have taken even one. One would have been fantastic. Work and good are not the same. Yeah. Misty is one fickle lady. I feel like if you get that first head, you're much more likely to get like between 2 and 5 more. But that first heads, I feel like, is much less than 50-50. It's probably just paying close attention to like the negatives. But in my head, that's the way that it feels. All right. Take number 2, 14 energy. Never mind. I feel like subsequent coin flips are always close to the first one. Possibly. Save it all for the next match. We're just saving it. We're just saving up the luck. Feels the same with Moltres or Zapdos. Yeah. The only good thing about Wheezing being out here is that, oh, he can't attack, but he can do Gas Leak. So we do get a Caterpie. We have to look out for the big ramped up Dragonite, though. Lots of Weezing suddenly. They must be trying to deal with all the Mewtwo's. Yeah. So Weezing, a Weezing Arbok deck actually won the Pokemon Creator Invitational that Dexter and Straggles held last weekend. And so since then, I've seen a lot more Weezing floating around. Oof, that is a fully ready to go Dragonite. Fortunately. They're not going to be able to hit us with the Weezing. But still not in a great spot. Raven played it well. Yeah, he played it well. I didn't watch all of the matches, but I watched a handful. And he definitely did a good job with it. Good stalling. Yeah, if you can get the two, really, really good stalling. Rest in peace, Caterpie. We get our Metapod too. Fortunate. We're gonna do our best with what we're given here. Shooting for it. Both of these are within, it has to have 3 of the damage stack to knock one out. It is what it is. Fine. It actually stops the poison. And then we can do X speed plus energy onto this Lapras to pull it back out next turn. Or all the damage stacks onto one card and they win there. Had it not all stacked, I think we would have won that one. But the 200 all-in-one definitely hurts. 2 Draco Meteors usually wins. Yeah. But we were pretty healthy going into that, though. Going into that second one. We just needed a good, like, 50-50 distribution. We didn't get it. And then Delirium on the YouTube side. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? In the card game or just in general? Because in general, I would say the Ralts Gardevoir line has a really special home for me. So I remember buying a Pokemon Silver on release day, and they had the day-night system in that one, and I was able to figure out pretty early on that I could pick up the Psychic Pokemon, which in the earlier gens was always like crazy strong. And so I was able to pick up Ralts pretty early on, and so like I was able to like find him and use that to like just dominate through most of the game because you have a pretty decently powerful Psychic Pokemon. Very, very early on into the game. Ralts wasn't in Silver? Wait. Okay, yeah, you're right. Silver was like Ho-Oh and Lugia. I apologize. I mean Ruby Sapphire. Because you can get him in like the one of the first leaving spots, right? So I apologize. Not Silver. Silver was the first one with the day-night system, but Ruby Sapphire was the one where I was able to pick him up. Did you ever play the Pokemon MMO? I did not. It is something that I would be within my wheelhouse. I would definitely enjoy, but I just didn't happen to play it. That is 3 failed Misties in a row. Have mercy on us. I love Shedinja. Awful Pokemon, though. But it's really well done. Yeah, it's something that was always on my list to check out, but I just never did. More like Misty. Yeah. And then Momo, you said, hey, TLSG, love that you're on this. Do you have a stream schedule, or is it random? So most of the time, it's like Monday through Friday around 10 Central Time until between anywhere between like 4 Central and maybe like the 6 Central. But that kind of fluctuates a bit whenever there are drops active in Marvel Snap. Didn't Regis fail like 6 times in a row? I think he said something like that in his last water Pokemon video. Yeah. Yeah, you could be right. I'm gonna go ahead and burn the potion. Just in case they evolve and do anything crazy. I want to make sure that we're good here. So then Wally comes and finds it first encounter like a Chad. He does. 5% chance. Never stood a chance against good old Wally. Why do you have a fossil? So I have a fossil. Wait, do you see the fossil somewhere? But I have a fossil to protect our Caterpie line from like Sabrina. Because early on, I actually had 2 X speeds instead of the 1 fossil. But I found that I was getting hit with a lot of Sabrinas into like sacrificing my Metapod. And so then I couldn't get Butterfree online. Really hope Second Dinner wakes up. Seems a lot of focus has been turned to other games recently. Yeah. Yep. I agree. And I think a lot of that is largely because of the, like, some of it monetization, some of it just, it feels like every update that comes out is largely focused around what can we get the player to spend. Am I crazy, or is Lieutenant Surge Raichu absolutely cracked? It can be, I mean, it can be really strong, yeah. It just takes a little bit more setting up. So they do pull it back into the Starmie, unfortunately. Well, our only hope becomes I'm gonna say Misty, but we could throw in like 1 Sabrina. But I think we're probably pretty cooked. The next turn, draw into Professor's Research. We can get a Butterfree and Misty. Okay, Professor's Research. Butterfree? Oh no. Oh no. None of those are what we needed. Yeah, we lose without a way to heal the Lapras. I had the game 1 on like turn 6 or 8. They were net decking you. But I'll admit I was able to go right into Voltorb Electro to drop their Caterpie and Surge and Raichu. Yeah. This deck struggles against Pikachu decks. I think just in general. And so I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. And since we're going to run to the restroom, I'm going to run a quick 1.5 minutes of ads. And then we'll be right back, you guys. Yeah, they're too fast unless you get really lucky with a Misty hit. Got him with the hydrate reminder. You did, Georgie. He said hitting the nuts. And then the hydrate reminder. Gotta reload already. All right, let's go ahead and lead with our Lapras. No Misty yet, but we do have a Pokeball to get either a Caterpie or our other Lapras down. Let's go ahead and go Pokeball. And with Professor's Research, we'd be susceptible to red card, but I think that's probably okay. We do get Misty for next turn, so that's good. And then we get a guaranteed Caterpie to come down here. And drawing through our deck so much, we start having a much better chance or odd of getting into like Metapod, so we could start that evolution line as well. Okay, let's go ahead and end there. And we just need at least one heads with Misty to start attacking next turn. Uh-oh. I have a Misty as well, so it's a Misty versus Misty. Oh no. Oh no. They can do the full blizzard. So rough. Wait, Starmie doesn't have a retreat cost? It's crazy. Misty hates us right now. How many in a row is that was failed? I feel like that was, is that 4? Tough one. We may have to give Misty a rest. She may be tired of us trying to abuse the water decks. Yeah, this would be what I would look like, or is what I would imagine would be a very, very optimized version. Like if I was wanting to drop the shenanigans of the Lapras, you go Articuno and Starmie instead. It's just a little bit more pricey to be able to do that. Need one good flip, Misty. Well played, GG. We'll get you next time. Goodness. You know what it is? You're not using the pay-to-win coin? Ooh. Good call. You're gonna use the pay-to-win coin. Changes everything. Just to let them know we mean business. Need the Rainbow Erica coin, always hits heads, it never stops. Legend has it, they're still flipping to this day. No playmat? I feel like the playmats get very busy. And so it can kind of be hard to tell what's going on the board. Sabrina. 10 promo deck, still no Lapras. Yeah, it took me about, I want to say 10 to 15 for my first one. And then after that, it was another 5 before I got the second one. I wouldn't want to always flip heads because I very much prefer going second. But if you always hit heads, then you could just throw Misty, you could attack first. Like I've been bamboozled and lied to. It was not the pay-to-win coin. It's just our luck at this point. That's 5 Misties. Yeah. How's the Lapras games going? They were going okay, until we went on a very big dry streak on Lapras, unfortunately. I also haven't been able to evolve Butterfree the last several games either. Hey, there we go. That's all we needed. After 5 Misties in a row. I don't think I've seen Butterfree once. Yeah, it's been several games since I've been able to get a Butterfree down. Dry and Lapras don't mix. I know. We're trying to break the dry streak. Okay, that's our second. That's our second Sabrina. I think we should be safe with the Caterpie line. And on the games where we do get Butterfree, it feels like it largely didn't matter. Like it was decided beforehand. Okay, still no Metapod. Only 8 cards left in our deck for 2 Metapods and a Butterfree. I also have an X speed hidden in there. But either way, this one won't matter because we are going to be able to retreat out. They don't have another Sabrina. They've already popped both of them. So they can't force our Lapras to back off anymore. Lapras EX feels a bit underwhelming. A little bit. I like the Primate, or I like the Mankey deck and card a lot better. But I agree. The Lapras EX feels like it's a little bit lackluster. It's cool whenever it gets ramped up, but so even if we had like the full board, both Laprases, we had the Butterfrees, with only 140 HP, we can get knocked out in one go with Mewtwo. We can get knocked out in one go with Charizard. And it just... it's very susceptible to those bigger, higher-powered EX cards. All right, double Metapod here. It's going to be crazy. We'll settle for one. I guess we could we could have Sabrinaed and ended the turn, couldn't we? Or ended the game. Yeah, that's my bad. Had been messing with Bruxish and Greninja. I like Greninja, but I'm not familiar with Bruxish, I guess. Bruxish. So I finally get 2 Coughings and 1 Wheezing. I'm switching to whatever pack Greninja is in. Yeah, I like the Greninja deck, but it fails, or it falls to other stuff that is, like, very aggressive. The Bruxish is similar to Primate, but for the opponent instead. And so Greninja fits it well. What type is Bruxish? It's not a Pokemon I'm familiar with. Water? Interesting. Yeah, I whenever they introduced the Alolan Pokemon, I stopped playing the like games as much. Like I typically would run through them pretty quickly, but I didn't like explore or catch a lot of the like obscure Pokemon, so they weren't as memorable for me. Based on a Hawaiian fish. I did see this one. Oh, and he's a basic? So it does a 70 point damage for basic Pokemon? Is that deck very good? I assume it'd be double this. Like that? I feel like you probably need some kind of stall mechanic though, don't you? Trying to get your frogs up and running. For Ninja doing 20 makes it 90. Yeah. What's the average game length of Pokemon Pocket? I'd say 7 minutes. That's just a ballpark though. Or like a gut guess. He said it's the ugly fish with big lips. I know exactly which one you're talking about now. Takes about 5 to 10. Yeah. The physical game takes quite a bit longer. Let's start with Lapras since they're going first. I don't want to put our Caterpie at risk. Yeah, the physical one is around like 30 minutes. Pocket is like, say, 5 to 13. All right, let's throw the Pokeball. Wow, they do have Abra and double Ralts already, which can get kind of scary if they get the Alakazam line. I got roasted by one of those earlier, and so I've learned to respect it. Misty would be good next turn. And then Dolly, welcome in, Dolly. I appreciate the hydrate reminder. Hopefully you're having a great one. My problem is real life trading card game is that you need to pull for energy. Yeah, this one kind of elegantly resolves that. we do get the Metapod, so we have the Butterfree line. So look out. We're going to be able to have the Butterfree up in action and healing. All right, so we got our 1 out of 5 Misty with the upside, and so then we're going back to failing. Feels bad. Hydrate should be our new redeem every time Misty comes up. I mean, we gotta hydrate because she's not doing it. So I don't like playing Misty decks. Yeah, it feels very like all or nothing, and it feels like it is very susceptible to having some like really bad streaks or bad runs. Not that it's like make or break for this deck, but with them having Gardevoir, it very much could be make or break for the deck, actually. Because no matter what, we can't out-heal the Mewtwo damage. She seems like she'd be better when she isn't leaned on heavily. Yeah. Yeah, she typically isn't leaned on super heavy on this deck, unless we're going against a couple of builds, either like a super aggro build, like a Pikachu electric deck, or if we're going against a one-hit KO type deck like the Mewtwo EX. We have to be able to out-tempo them at that point, and with Gardevoir, double Gardevoir at that, Jesus. We will see our way straight out of that one. All right, I think we run a little bit of Primate. I like the Mankey deck quite a bit. I'm still not sold on if I want an extra copy of Marowak EX in this one. I like the regular one as like a bailout. If we need something that can kind of attack earlier with only 1 energy. Have you tried the Wiggly deck? I haven't tried Wiggly. Are you talking about... What's the other end of it? Is it Dragonite? Do you have any cooks that are Kurs? Yeah, the Dragonite one? No, I haven't tried it. Oh, Wheezing. Yeah, Wheezing Wigglytuff to, like, put him to sleep with the poison. I'm going to push your message through slightly auto. It was overly sensitive. So we take out 1 X speed or 1 potion. I'm going to try -1 potion +1 Marowak EX. It's really strong. How does it hold up versus aggro? Because I feel like Wigglytuff is one that takes a long time to set up. Marowak is good because it is weak to plant, not psychic like a lot of fighting types. Yeah. And with this one, we do enough damage early enough that a lot of times we can either take out a Mewtwo or take out their like Gardevoir stuff before it really gets going. You just Wheezing Wall and the Koga. Great matchups into Pikachu and Mewtwo is really big. But this Mankey deck does really well, pretty well into both of those actually. I'm not sure. The chances of top decking both of those were relatively low. But we have all our basics out. Pika is the deck. Yeah, the Pikachu deck is the deck to beat. Like that's your litmus for like where you start at, I think. One with Weasley Tough. Weasley Tough, I think, is a great name. I think we're going to throw onto the Cubone. And I'll save the Marowak evolution until next turn. Is there any benefit in this game to going first? You get to evolve first by going first. So you can evolve as early as 3 versus the opponent would have to wait until 4. But most of the advantage is going second, yeah. I have a Butterfree and Melmetal deck, and I just went with Meme Metal. Attack does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon, so wherever it's at. Wait, kind of. Feels kind of crazy for them to have done. Maybe not. We can't get enough energy onto him early enough. I will evolve him into Primate so he doesn't die to another hit. Then we go Marowak. Go with this. We just need 1 heads. That's all that we need here. Beautiful. High roll Misty and one-shot people in turn 1. Yeah, that's another advantage, but that's one of my biggest complaints about her. Otherwise, I feel like she whiffs enough that it's fine. Like, she's fine as a card. But being able to attack on turn 1 before the opponent can do anything feels really, really bad. Yeah, Blaine decks do decently going first if you have your like Rapidash Evo line. And then Wheezing as well if you have that in hand. She whiffs more than enough, yeah. But the times that she doesn't, I feel like makes up for it entirely. All right, 1 heads here. Ooh. All right, good. My record is 11 straight tails before getting a single heads. Oof. That's a lot of bad RNG to weather. Imagine if that was when your Pokemon was asleep and you needed it to do anything. How bad that would feel. Do you think the future of these first-gen cards will be compromised if all future releases up the ante? Oh my goodness. If it ups the ante in terms of cost versus reward ratio? Possibly. We also don't know if they're going to be doing rotations. So similar to like what Hearthstone does in the digital format, where eventually these Gen 1 cards wouldn't be usable anymore. Like we don't know what that looks like or how that outcome would be. And so it could be that a lot of these basic ones kind of get overshadowed, but it could also be that they are just in a like a limited format versus whatever ranked mode comes out. So they're not necessarily original. But the like effects or the numbers or the stats on each of like the moves were varied. I enjoy a good Pikachu deck whenever we're running the Mankey. And I think this deck does decently into the Mewtwo matchup as well. So for being a relatively budget deck, I was pretty impressed with the new Mankey. Also, for that matter, the Blaine, Ponyta, Rapidash, Ninetales deck feels like it's super strong for how cheap it is. All right, beautiful. We go first, which is the only problem here, but we do have Mankey. We have the evolution into Primeape, so it could be that we let them have the first attack. Like, we don't... Maybe we... Because we can evolve on our first go if it looks like they are or they do attack on the first one. Then on the YouTube side, you said once they add trading, how would they prevent players from creating rerolled accounts? I don't know. I think that's their biggest burden right now. Is that I don't know how that looks. There's going to be a lot of weight on Mankey here. Trading probably level gated behind like 15 to 20. Either that or like a limited number of trades, or it has to be of like equal value. I don't know. I don't know how they fully resolve it. We're seeing a lot more of the coughing, wheezing stuff nowadays, and seeing a lot of mixture in having that included in a lot of different builds, which I think is really, really cool to see, because it was a card that you didn't really see much of up until recently. Make sure that they can't hit us with the wheezing evolution into like a Koga. I'm gonna go ahead and burn a Sabrina. Go ahead and end it. We know that this coughing is not able to attack because they have the grass energy. They could evolve it and then burn a Koga. Be able to get the other one out. Or they're just going to send it to be sacrificed. The good thing about Mankey is that it handles the coughing, wheezing line very, very well. Because it can one-hit KO even the wheezing. And so I think a lot of the gameplay is the collection, though. And so, like, it would take away a lot of people paying for additional, so like paying for additional packs or buying the premium if there was a way to cheat it with the trade system. Like, it would kind of break that integrity of your collection. Let's go X speed here. Wait, do they have a... No, that's a darkness. For a second, I thought the second energy on Bulbasaur was a water, but it's a dark energy. So we'll go ahead and do the Primeape evolution. So we have two big heavy hitters here, and there's not going to be much that they can do. Like, even if they're trying to outlast us with like an Ivysaur, Venusaur line. I think hitting 100s each turn, they're really difficult to keep up. But kudos to them for sticking it out. And then Baj on the YouTube side. Hey TLSG, Kamusta from the Philippines. Any chance you can pin your ID? So I actually maxed out my my friends list. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any issue with it, but I maxed it out at 99. Hopefully they expand it. Or as people haven't been logged in for like an extended time, I'll start removing those. The problem is the ones that say private. I don't know like how long they've been not logged in for. All right, it is time for a very quick set of ads before we jump into another. Oh, never mind. They're running. Before we jump into another game, but they are already rolling. I'll go ahead and queue up. Is having more friends beneficial? The only benefit is that you get wonder picks from your friends from time to time. I'm not sure how it selects which friend you get them from. Also, I had a fun interaction a few days ago. I had a 10 HP Arc9 EX Mon. I got the point first. That would win the game. But I lost the game because the other player got the 3 points. That is a really interesting interaction. Is there a way to use the different language cards? I thought you could just use them by adding them into the deck. Is that not the case? I love how much neutral energy Venusaur EX uses. Maybe it's the Magic player in me, but I want as many dual energy decks as possible. And that's compared to me. I'm kind of afraid of dual energy decks. Just because of the like chance or the greater chance to like not be able to attack whenever we need to. But if they use a lot of neutral energy, then it doesn't matter so much. Could they not have attacked there? I mean, there's nothing that I can do anyways. Like, we can't... And then Mono, when are you streaming Snap again? I don't know. I haven't fully decided like the breakdown. I do know that I was excited to play with the new promo cards from here, but Articuno takes pity on us. Yeah, gives us the opportunity to resign with dignity. Or on a triple energy deck with Dragonite Wheezing. Wild. And so I don't mind being a gambling, but I like to try to stack the odds as much in my favor as possible, versus hoping for like the one out of like whatever. Opponent unrecognized. How unfair that was, and gave you mercy. They did, right into the retreat. Our Misties were not hitting like that. We go first again. We keep getting the downside of these. See, we were cooking with Frigga. So I played a little bit last night, like off stream, and I used Frigga. I actually pulled her in one. I got very, very lucky. I pulled her in one. I honestly didn't love her in most decks. I went up against the Dragonite Wheezing deck earlier and cried. Just because of the stall, like the stall wall of the Wheezing, right? An interesting change. We can force it to change back if we wanted to. Is the energy draw for dual energy decks 50-50? It's not like back and forth, so it's like random. I assume that it equals out to around like 50-50. But it's random on like what order they come in. Surtur seems insane. Yes. Surtur is just an absolute monster. I ran him up to rank 95 in like record time before calling it quits for the night and working on a Pokemon video instead. So Dragonite, they do have this, which is a quick attack. Could potentially hurt quite a bit. Get Pokeball so we can finally get a second basic down. Thank goodness. So this, and then we should be able to do Giovanni to knock out the Chansey. My kid has been playing Pokemon. She really enjoys it. And she was too afraid to get in a Snap. Pokemon is right up her alley, though. Yeah, I think much more like straightforward. Much fewer moving pieces, but there is a surprising amount of like depth into some of those matchups at the same time. And so I think it's a good starting spot. And like the matches themselves aren't like super weighted. There's right off the bat the like no stakes mode. And so I think it's a really good spot, like starting spot for her. And you don't have the constant just bombardment of like buy this, buy that bundle. You can buy this card for $5, spend $25 and get this Series 3 that you'll get in a couple of days anyways. It feels good that that is not like very prevalent. Like you can spend money, but it's not going to be thrown in your face that is one of their big objectives here. The trading should go by level. It should be 15. Yeah, but then those that are like really diligent or dedicated could have several different accounts that they can take advantage of. So I don't know. I don't know how there's a truly free way. So I don't have a great Pikachu EX deck because I don't have any Zapdos. I don't have any Zapdos EXs. And so the one that I used like a regular Zapdos. I used the Ultron. Not the Ultron. the Electron. The Voltorb Electrode line for for the Lapras event. Going first again. Goodness. At $5, good joke. So as soon as you start, there's a couple of like $5 packs for like Thor or Deadpool that pop up, but in general, they're much more expensive, yeah. Ultron confirmed busted in Pikachu EX deck. I mean, he can't stop the robot. There's no stopping him. All right, our only problem here is that they definitely get to attack first. We don't have a Primeape evolution. We might just let the Mankey go here. If we let the Mankey go, we can start stacking up a Cubone. Not awful. We have to tank one more turn, but we could survive an Arbok as long as they don't have a Giovanni. Can't wait for trades that say 15 Rattatas looking for a buyer. Sheesh. Do they have a Giovanni? If not, we live here. Survive. Do we live? Survive. So now we can one-hit KO the Arbok, and we can start building up and ramping up the Marowak EX. I'm going to go ahead and throw the evolution onto him, just so that they know what's coming. I love how Snap returning player incentives are here. Spend $75 on this card and some credits. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, no. What are we doing? We're throwing so hard. I thought we had 2 energies on him already. Rough. Well, that's unfortunate. Like, why would they want me to keep playing the game as a returning player? Yeah, so like Hearthstone, you come back as a returning player. It's like, here's X amount of dust, or here's X amount of like cards or whatever to get you started, so that you get like kind of like that taste and get you pulled back in. Man, I can't believe I whiffed the Mankey that hard. Unfortunate for sure. Said the Pidgey for Articuno trade is totally legit. No way, it's a fake account. What I hope for this Pokemon game is that they have some way to really keep people tied in for the long term, which I think part of that is continual like set rotations or new sets coming out, which it seems like they're doing. It seems like every like 3 months or so would be a big set release, and then in between that would be like a mini set, which I think is a pretty decent cadence to get people, allow them enough time to collect what's there, play with it, and then something new is right around the corner to look forward to. Just depends on like how quickly those come out, and how tough it is to kind of keep up with the cadence that they're releasing. Supposedly there's a PvP event. Yeah, so it's not a that I've been hearing PvP, like the term PvP event. It's called an emblem event, but it's, as far as the missions go, from what I've seen, it's participate in X number. So if you participate, I think it's in 10 total battles, you get enough hourglasses for 2 packs. And then if you win a certain number of matches, you get Shine Dust. Unless they've changed that since it was mined. You get Shine Dust, which can help you get flares. But like it's something I think kind of cool to keep you at least there for now. Ah, beautiful. We woke up. And now we need to get a little bit lucky with our flips, I think. Or do we? We can just do Sabrina. Force them into wheezing. Trades will absolutely be locked by rarity. So only 4 diamonds for 4 diamonds, and only third plus copies. Third plus copies, I think, would make a lot of sense. Because if you're able to trade away your only copy, I think that opens the door for a lot of multi-account manipulation. As someone who's only started over the weekend, what's the point of Shine Dust and Flares? Just for your card to look cool. Like it's kind of like a black and white or a gold split in Marvel Snap. It gives it a unique look, and so that way, like when you're using it, the opponent knows that like you had a bunch of copies of it, you traded them in to get that unique look. And so like if there was for some reason like a crown card that had some kind of flare, you know that they got incredibly lucky or spent a lot of points to get there. Let's look for actually, I'm a fan. I don't have copies of the Mankey. Let's see how many copies of Marowak I have. 4. The only problem is I don't think I can choose which flare to get. We have 4 of them. We can only use 2, so that's fine. Yeah, so it's just cosmetic. Yeah, you can choose after you buy the first one. Actually, no, they're locked. So you have to build your way up to it. And so from the event, we're going to get a lot of Shine Dust. I think it was if you win 50 matches, you get like 2,000 Shine Dust or something crazy. Trade hourglasses. Trade hourglasses makes good sense too. Now the only other thing I don't know is how do I apply the flare? Oh, yeah, you can change the card that you use if you have the different copies. You can change it here. Like within the card itself. How do I use it? Maybe it's within the deck edit itself. You have the new Mankey. Deck edit, it doesn't work. On the top? Ah, the plus flare. Gotcha. Oh, you can only use it to one of the cards? Oh, interesting. I haven't played around with the flares very much. Just because I've been building out the collection, but I do like that it's relatively easy whenever you decide you want to go spending on it. I'm going to hold my Shine Dust until it's confirmed not to be involved with trades. Oh, well. Rest. Chewbacca, rest in peace to mine. Differentiate. Yeah, that way you have to, like, invest in more or buy more. We go first again? Man, we went first the last, like, 5 or 6 battles. Only need to have the best card when trading goes live, the credit card. That's always the answer. So the Onyx, very expensive attack build-up. I feel like we can knock him out before he gets built up with our Mankey. So we just throw this. We don't have any issues doing a regular attack here. Easy Mankey target? Yeah. Yeah, slow build up. Like, if we weren't able to address it as it continued to stack, would be an issue, but knowing that they can't attack with its next turn, they also can't retreat because of that abysmal retreat cost. Unless they evolve Cubone and X speed. They would have to double X speed, right? So it'd be a crazy high cost. I'm not going to make the same mistake I made last time. We're going to make sure Mankey has plenty of energy to attack. And then we get the guaranteed Onyx knockout here. And then we do get the quick follow-up retreat on it. Ooh, I forgot Brock was a card. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know that I've ran into very many Brocks. Take an energy from your energy zone and attach it to Golem or Onyx. It would have given them enough energy to knock us out. Everyone forgets Brox as a card. Yeah. And then Calibrex. I got you. 2,000 points. Very well spent. Mankey. Yeah, Mankey really punishes the like the slow build-up stats or strats. And it can really hold its own against aggressive stuff as well, depending on like what turn you go on and how it gets set up. Are you running solo water energy in the Lapras? Yeah. I was running solo water in it. And that actually reminds me, I need to switch this. We're finally going second. And we do have the Mankey, so we could potentially set up into like a primate, potentially. You're going to check out the Bazaar next month when it hits open beta? I actually paid for closed beta. It's just there hasn't been enough hours in the day to cover everything that I wanted to. But I have been enjoying it whenever I've been playing it passively. And so it just had the unfortunate timing of releasing right around the same time Pokemon Pocket came out. And I definitely want to invest some time and attention here because I do think there's a lot of opportunity with the game. Looks fun so far. The Bazaar. Yeah, the Bazaar is has been very, very fun. All right, so we're hoping to dig for a Primate. That is neither one. Does 40 damage. We have to skip here. And then unless they have like a Misty or I guess an X speed could do it. Yeah, X speed does it. Since we weren't able to draw into the Evo line or any of our other basics, not much we could do against it. Mankey has relatively low health. So if you don't get him evolved, you are going to be susceptible. But it is time for a quick set of ads real fast. We're going to run over to a quick break, and then we will be right back in just a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere, you guys. And while that's happening... I'm going to take a snippet of our new deck. Put that in so that it's not showing the old. There we go. Now we can queue up for a few more. On a mission to get Nidoking to work with or without his queen. Unfortunately, it may have to be without. All right, we're going second again. We do have the Mankey. No Primate evolution just yet. So the Dratini, which is a slow setup card, so we should have, well, both Dratini and Lapras. Red card doesn't hurt us that much. We didn't have any evolution lines, so we're okay with that. Not a bad return pool. Marowak. Start with the Pokeball. We get at least a guaranteed extra body on the board. And let's go Professor's Research. We're digging for the potential evolution lines. Mankey's not bad. Then if we don't get the evolution, we can start building up for a Marowak EX evolution as well. Second Lapras. That should be fine. I think we have high enough damage that we can outpace their healing for the most part. Pokeball is not necessarily what we were looking for here. I'm gonna go ahead and do one more Reckless Charge. Is there an explanation why sometimes people use Professors before Pokeball? I honestly, I don't know. I always use Pokeball first, because you're pulling out one potential outcome from Professor X. Or Marvel has eroded my brain from Professor's research, and so I think it's just a misorder. Professor X, yeah. Unfortunate. I've been speaking and saying the names of all of these Marvel cards for so long that it is just rotted out my brain. Heads, perfect. Just needed the one. If you're in need of more basic Pokemon, then play Professor first. If you don't need more basic, then use the ball first. You have a favorite Pokemon? I like Ralts. As far as like one that really stands out from when I was growing up. Ralts was one of the ones from the earlier generations that like really stood out to me from the original. I was always really partial to I don't know which one I was partial to from the beginning ones. I want to say probably Charizard, which I think is probably the most common direction that you would go from that first generation. Never really cared a whole lot for Venusaur. But for a while it started off as Blastoise, and then Charizard is the one that I stayed with overall. Yours was Blastoise? Ooh, the double tails is tough. Yeah, I think Blastoise is a fun one. That was probably my first choice when I started. But then as I got a little bit better at the game, I realized that Charmander and Charizard could hold me and kind of carry me a lot further. And so then it was from that point on the fire Pokemon from any of the starters from any point forward. Lucario, Umbreon, both those are really good. One example where you might want to Professor before Ball is in Electric deck if you need to fill the bench. Very true. You have a higher chance to get more basics for the bench by playing. Yeah, that's true. It's not as often or not as likely. But I could see some value. We're gonna need a couple of good flips here. Actually, what if we just hit him with the Sabrina? Absol? Absol looks really cool. I feel like Lucario is a lot of people's favorite. Pikachu, definitely for like when I was younger, is kind of the mascot of the anime, so it was kind of one of my favorites there for a while too. Big? Second one? No. Okay. We're halfway through it though. Toxtricity is my favorite overall nowadays. Toxtricity is a good one. I haven't played the newer gens as like in depth. Like I haven't went like Pokemon hunting necessarily, but the early ones, like I spent a lot of time making sure that I completed my entire collection and my entire Pokédex. I remember Tauros was the very last Pokemon that I caught to finish off the Pokédex in that game, and it took me hours to get him and Kangaskhan because they were in the Safari Zone and they were so difficult to capture without them running away. And so Tauros was the last one that I captured, and then I was really disappointed that I realized that the ultimate reward for catching everything in the game was a Master Ball. Is it same memory with Tauros? Man, I remember it was like I set up to like specifically to like grind it out. Like that's what I was doing for several hours until I was able to finally pull him in and catch him. I didn't even realize shinies were a thing for a very, very long time. I'd say several generations in before I realized that shinies were a thing. We're eventually going to get a good flip with... Oh, man. We could have one-hit KO'd the Dragonite here. Switching over to Mankey. Or Primate, putting the energy onto this one that's already damaged. Oh, well. We're going to get double heads. Deckless seems not quite right. It has only one Cubone and Marowak. Oh, yeah, you're right. No. So the only change that I made to this one. So it has two Cubones. But I have the regular Marowak in here just as the single. And then I actually added a second Marowak EX. And I took out one of the potions in its place. Sheesh. We're all set up. Go ahead and let Marowak do his thing. Oh my goodness. Okay. We knock him out. We just need one more to be able to bring it the rest of the way home. Pro is using the Dragonite as a wall. You got to switch it up, yeah. You should retreat and let the Mankey kill it so they only get 1 point. Yeah. BBZ, I think you're right. Because with the Marowak, they're guaranteed the double. And so then it comes down to we throw out our Marowak EX after. If they have a Sabrina in hand, we're also susceptible to that if we don't kill them here. Do we ever throw a potion onto Primate just in case they hit us with a Sabrina? And it's not going to matter. We're going to get double heads here anyways. Beautiful. It appears the way this game works is you have Pokemon and try to know their team out before they do the same to you. Yeah, you try to knock their team out, but there's like a prize token system. So once you get 3 tokens, you win. So if you knock out 3 of their basic Pokemon, you win. If you knock out an EX Pokemon, which are the stronger versions of those Pokemon, then you get 2 coins or points for those knockouts versus just the 1 instead. And then Fight Soul Fight. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hopefully we catch you again in another one real soon. right, let's go ahead and start out with the Cubone. We have the Marowak evolution, so not great, but since we're going first, we can evolve it and attack on turn 1. Or we could try to get Mankey positioned where we need him to be. Although the coin flips of Pinsir can be very tough to deal with. Is that another Pikachu? Lapras EX, please just come out of a pack. I hope that the very next pack you pull is Lapras EX. Because it is very trying whenever you keep pulling and are unable to get the one that you need. Since they don't have another grass Pokemon down, do we offer them a bone beatdown? Or let's just evolve into the Marowak EX. I'm gonna play it safe. I'm also gonna throw out the Primeape evolution, just in case they go with Sabrina. And then Hurricane, thank you for hanging out. Hopefully we catch you again sometime soon. Enjoy your time with your kid. So they get a second one down. Red card's fine. Even if they get double heads, we still survive the attack. But, of course, we hope that they get double tails. Beautiful. All right, let's go ahead and burn a Giovanni so that we only need 1 heads. Oh, perfect. They're not able to attack here. With another Giovanni, we could potentially knock him out with another single head flip. Ooh, double nothing. Unfortunately. But they don't have any of our stuff destroyed, so we have another Marowak EX that's getting built back up. Wow. I don't think I've ever went against a Victory Bell. But they can swap out the basic Pokemon and pull it onto the board is wild. So no more Marowak EX. Fortunate. A couple of good flips here. We failed the last one. Beautiful. Okay. Halfway there. Love Safety Blade. Welcome in. So I was running a Butterfree. Here, I'll actually I'll pop it up on the screen real fast. I was running a Butterfree-Lapras EX build for quite a while, but it loses to extreme aggro, and it loses to a lot of it's a Lapras deck, so it loses to Pikachu. But so since I was facing a lot of Pikachu, and so we were kind of getting wiped out that way, and so I switched over to the Mankey promo deck instead, which I've been enjoying the new Mankey quite a bit. It works really well as a pretty cool enabler. Man, our flips here have been pretty poor. They did burn one Erica. They could potentially still have one more. Mankey is life. I love it. I feel like Lapras EX is, in general, kind of mediocre. It feels like a lot of build-up for a tank that can still get one shot. Oh... I wasn't paying attention to the super effective part. It feels like a lot of build-up. We should have switched in Mankey instead. It feels like a lot of build-up for something that can still get one shot by like a Charizard or a Mewtwo. If it doesn't get one shot, then it has a lot of kind of grit to survive. But it's like a big build-up that doesn't have as big of a payoff. So I've been enjoying Mankey quite a bit. I mean, it's good to see you, Safety Blade. I know that... are you still kind of dabbling in both? Are you still doing Snap and Pokemon? I know that for a while, Snap was getting to a point where it was pretty... almost frustrating. Felt like more of a grind than anything, I feel like, is... the vibe that I got from some of your like tweets. Now Mankey is such an upgrade for sure. Yeah, the Mankey is a huge upgrade. The Lapras EX not as much. The Mankey for sure. Especially if you get it down where you get to attack first, but in this case without an X speed, we can't really force it onto the board. I'm just gonna force the Marowak instead. Lapras EX is just kind of mid. Yeah, it's not bad, but it has a lot of things that it just can't hold its own against. That it's easier to play Snap when you play it less. Yeah, I agree. So I actually climbed to Infinite yesterday with a Surtur deck. I think Surtur is like silly strong. And one of those that if you play enough, gets very, very frustrating very quickly. Double heads and we just win? Nope. No coin luck tonight. Lapras relies too much on Misty. I didn't feel like I needed Misty all that much. But what I did feel like I needed was like them to not have super aggro. Like if I didn't get a good Misty, then you automatically lose to like a Mewtwo setup, or you lose to a Pikachu setup. And I think that's the same with any like water deck. The whole attack and heal thing on water is iffy since it lacks grass healing synergy. Yeah. I agree. And I feel like it would need... I feel like it truly needs just at least a little bit more health to survive those one-hit KOs. So like 20 more health, I think it would be in a much better place. Oh, perfect. We start second. We have the Mankey. We'd just be looking for Primeape at this point. I honestly hate the high stat line basic drops. The ones that just have like insane damage. I could see that. We do really well against this deck, right? Yeah. That's another benefit of the new Mankey, is that with Raven winning the last weekend's tournament with a Wheezing Arbok, we're seeing a lot more coughing experimentation as a way to deal with like Mewtwo stuff. But luckily for us, the flip side of that is we do really well into coughing when we're running fighting stuff. That Wheezing is an issue for Mankey? We get the one-hit KO though. So as long as we like get it developed ahead of time. Now, if they evolve it, attach it, then we would be able to get one-hit KO. But I think for that, maybe we just don't attack first. When they evolve them too, yeah. I guess if they can evolve one too. The coughing Dratini line is not a big issue. They do have the evolution. If we can top deck a Mankey, we can one-hit KO. Oh no, they're not gonna. Interesting. They're not even gonna send an attack. I guess we're both at a stand. I guess we're both at a standstill. Big brain plays. Give a referral link. So I don't have a link. It's just on the App Store. If you look for Pokemon Trading Card Game or Pokemon TCG Pocket. I feel like we're just gonna pivot into the Cubone stuff. We could also do Sabrina, but they have the energy. Oh, actually, no. What are we doing? They can't attack with the Wheezing because they don't have a Darkness energy coming up next. So they can do the poison, but they can't do much else. Yeah, they could have Koga. Primeape evolution would be good. Otherwise, we probably retreat out the Mankey here in favor of the Marowak EX. We can Geo kill the Wheezing before the potion, yeah. But with the potion, we can't. We can't even touch it. So instead, we go with this line, and we only need one heads to take out their Wheezing. We could also shift it into the Dragonair. But I feel like we try to take out the Wheezing if we can. We Wheezing and attack the Dragonair. To put damage on it before it becomes Dragonite. I could see that, but they still need an extra full turn to set it up. versus being able to do like the body of Weezing and then pull him back in to heal him with Koga. They're only attacking Pokemon. I guess the question would be, if they can, do they evolve it this turn? Or do they just let Dragonair attack? So 90 attack Dragonair. I don't think we Sabrina. I think we go ahead and shoot for the fences here. Oh, no. Okay, at least we got one. Oh, no. If they evolve it, we're in trouble. It would be wild if he gets to evolve and sweeps the whole bench. Yeah, it's very likely here. There it is. Maybe it all stacks onto Cubone. Still alive, for whatever that's worth. We win. So we can beat the Dragonite, but the Weezing will have 10 energy left. We'll still need a little bit of luck on it, I think. No dark energy? Ooh, true. Oh no! Oof. That first one always being Tails is giving me so much anxiety. And so now we should probably win. I love the Dragonite decks, but there's so many times that they can have like bad RNG to like bring a game the rest of the way home. And we do get the retreat. Dragonite Weezing is not the best. Yeah, it's the newer flair for it. But I do like the Sleep Dragonite stuff to really focus on setting up your Dragonite first. Yeah, and the energy got to him too. But I am going to go ahead and we're going to wind down there. So let's see. Let's find you guys somebody else that's running Pokemon Pocket to raid over into. I'm going to head out. I'm going to prep a video for the reset for tonight's event with the emblem event. I'm gonna prep a video for that, and we'll be back on a live again tomorrow. I'm not sure if we're gonna be on Pokemon or if we're gonna be on Snap, but we'll be live on one of the two. What event? So at Rollover, there's something called an emblem event. Get that video out. There's something called an emblem event that gives you scaling rewards depending on how many battles you play and how many battles you win. So the amount of scaling on the wins is primarily just, it feels like, or it looked like shine dust. So you can get more flares. The participation, so playing in at least 10 battles, will get you 2 free packs, which is kind of nice as just kind of an additional thing. I'm gonna double check that none of the details of it have changed before I prep it to go live at Rollover tonight. But I'm glad that you were able to catch a stream for a little bit of safety. Hopefully we catch you again sometime very, very soon. Nina's been live for a while, but she's one of the only ones that I recognize on on the list of people that are here. I guess we also have Ursa Day. I know she's been doing a lot of tournaments and stuff, so let's send over to her. So I appreciate each and every one of you guys for being here. Hopefully we will catch you again sometime very, very soon. I'll be live again tomorrow, and we'll catch you guys around on the next one. All right. Later, guys.
There we go. Snap, thank you so much for that raid. How was your stream today? How was your stream? Is Pocket the better version from Live? Just asking. Pokemon, they're two completely different games. It is not the better version of Live, and Live's not the worst version. They're two completely different games. Porcho, the format, we're currently working on the format. It's not even listed currently under the normal number of rounds, the amount of people we have. We're still working on the